time, wade through the flooded streets, stroll along.
Okay, there are even notes that you can pick up from the ever-optimistic Jeremiah Hopkins bulletin board in the White Spring Resort, so make it your next vacation destination.
The boardwalk and stop to smell the overgrowth. So that is all the new content that BGS has introduced with this new update, excluding the new season's pass system and the rewards available with that, right? But I'll talk about that in the next section. But when it comes to the actual content itself, what's my opinion of it? What's my review of the main quest line, the expeditions, the exploration, the story, the side quests, the location, and all that kind of stuff? Well, first, let's start off with the expeditions, right? Because a big reason Bethesda is releasing these, expansions is to introduce these repeatable expeditions that hopefully give us a reason to come back to the game again and again and again and keep playing it again and again and again, right?
I don't like expeditions.
So there is a new expedition with this update called the Human Condition. That's in addition to the
suck,
previous
though.
expeditions that were already available in Atlantic City, which you've probably played by now. So this expedition
Not
is
me.
where you have to
Not
help
me.
Mayor Tim
It
and the
glitched.
municipal government
It glitched
fend
every time
off
I went
the
in.
overgrown, right? And it's all right the first time around. Don't get me wrong. The first time around, there's some story elements to it that make you feel like there's a reason to be doing this expedition. And it's a typical expedition. You're killing enemies, you are completing tasks, you're doing optional stuff to get even more rewards. There's a final boss, and then you leave, right? If you're used to the concept of expeditions, this is even more of that.
I'll be right back. Sorry, gotta pee and get something to drink while this belt winds up. I finished LB4, and I can cap to 70 now, and I can just look for party and stuff. It'll be good. I'll just warp back out of here when I'm done. Azanore's Pawn Shop, maybe the place for you. Paying up to 80% of age. Okay. Pawn Shop. Yeah, I want to sell. Oh, my Mog wardrobe capacity went up by 5 too. That's good too. Oh, good. That's a good little bonus. Oh, thank God. I want to put some of this away. Yeah, Brigandine. Put it away. I don't want to wear it anymore. Yep, Sandorian bandana. I don't think I need that. No. And what else? The Empress band is probably fine in there, but the Dark Steel Axe and all that. Yay! More space. I need it. Okay, so now what? I guess I go warp out and switch subs and change jobs and look for group. And my EvE mining op is ending, so I won't have to focus on that as much. I'll be able to kind of throw that in autopilot and take me to Amar to do sales over and over again and pull in 200, or well, it's like 500 million. I think I'm gonna pull in 500 million here, which is awesome because I'll just buy more fucking boosters and I'll spend more money on drugs, frankly. Alright, so let's go change jobs. Yeah.
And I'd say the expeditions are alright. I've said this before, they're better than the previous expeditions in the pit. So that is good, right? If you're a hardcore 76 player, you actually like expeditions, you like doing the same stuff to get more rewards. This is just more of that for you, and you'll probably be happy.
No.
However, for those of us that don't necessarily like expeditions, we don't like doing the same stuff over and over, and we're a little bit exhausted with the grind of 76, and I've personally talked about my experiences with being burnt out with this game because of the grind. If that's you, this is doing nothing for you. If you don't care for the new rewards available as part of these expeditions, this is doing absolutely nothing for you, yeah? So I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying that people won't enjoy doing the stuff. It depends where you are in the life cycle of 76. If you still love the grind, this is more grind for you, and there are some fun things to be done in these expeditions. If you don't care for that anymore, if you want new actual content and main quest lines, the expedition is not providing that to you. But what is potentially is the main quest. So let's talk about that next. So the plot of the main quest is essentially the Russo family, as they said in that article, has fled to Appalachia from Atlantic City. That's where they used to live. And they want to open a new nightclub. And they do in fact open that nightclub. They're trying to get people to attend it. But they have fled from Atlantic City due to a mysterious past they can't escape from. And you start to learn about that as you play this expansion and do the quests associated with it, right? Essentially, you are helping them out. And a big part of the storyline, slight spoilers here, but not really, they've already talked about this publicly, but it revolves around a dangerous chem called Devil's Blood, right? That's all I'll say about the actual plot. And in my opinion, it was a pretty solid quest line. For what it was, I enjoyed it. It's about 3 to 4 hours long, for those of you wondering about that. I found it interesting, especially with the concept of Devil's Blood and the introduction or the inclusion of the mob. I really liked the characters in this expansion. I thought they were quite eclectic. Whether it is the Russo family or the mob themselves, the mob is so damn funny. Some of the stuff that they were saying, I was genuinely laughing out loud at. So I really do like the characters. Plus as well, a big positive in my opinion, is that this expansion or this main quest line is quite dialogue heavy, right? There's a lot to go through, a lot to listen to. And I think they really do try and build up these characters and make you get to know them and also like help them have a relationship between each other, right? You actually see them interact with each other quite nicely. I do like the quest line of Atlantic City, America's Playground. There's also some elements of choice in this expansion, but none of it's going to have a huge consequence on Appalachia. It's pretty self-contained to the actual expansion itself. You do have some ability to choose, but once you've done that, that's pretty much it, and there's no real consequence to you. There's also a lot of combat sequences. I really like the main boss too. I wish that was a repeatable boss somewhere in Appalachia or somewhere in Atlantic City, because it was a cool boss. Now there is some awkwardness here and there. I thought the reveal of the twist, there is a bit of a twist that was really underwhelming to me. Not everything is perfect. I encountered a fair few bugs as I played through, Atlantic City, America's Playground and the main quest. Those might be resolved in the actual release version, and we'll talk about those fixes in the patch notes section. But overall, I did like the main quest, right? I enjoyed it for what it was. The downside is that you're probably going to finish this thing in like 1 or 2 sessions, right? And it's just not as big as previous updates used to be, like with Wastanders, right? I wish this stuff was better. That's why I mentioned the argument that maybe if they made this stuff paid for, that we could get something even bigger, something like 8 to 10 hours, and I'd be much more satisfied even spending $10, $15 to play this thing for 8 to 10 hours versus getting it for free and only being able to play it for 1
yellow
out of 2
really
months,
bothers
if you know
me,
what I mean.
frankly.
Again, I'm not advocating for it, but I just wish there was a way to make this content even grander and bigger than what it is. And in my mind, the only way is to make it paid for. So let me know what you think in the comments below. I think that's a genuine argument and discussion that we should be having right now. But that's what I thought of the main quest line. Alright, so next up we have the side quests. In this expansion, there are 3 different side quests you can complete. The first one is where you're helping track down a missing journalist that is chronicling the Blood Eagles. The second one is called Region of the Dead, where essentially you're helping play a part in passing on the torch within the inner circle of the mob or the family. I like that one, but by far the third one is the one that I enjoy the most. It is called Custodial Compulsions, where essentially you're helping a serial killer do his thing. It is very funny, quite different. It's by far the most enjoyable one, in my opinion, when it comes to this expansion. But overall, I did enjoy these side quests. In fact, there's an argument to be had that these side quests are probably even better than the main quest. Again, the only issue with these side quests is that there's only 3. And if you want to complete all of them together, it can take you about an hour or maybe an hour and a half if you take it a little bit slower. So, is it that much of a criticism to say that I liked the side quests and I wanted more? Not necessarily, but it just goes to the larger argument that you're not getting all that much new content in terms of regular questing and whatnot in this expansion. But I liked what was there, and it's free, so that is good, right? Next up, we have exploration. So again, you can fully explore Atlantic City now, whereas before you couldn't do that. You could only just do the expeditions and then leave. So there are 3 different locations that you can explore in Atlantic City. There's the flooded city center, the casino quarter, and the boardwalk. and there are 3 different factions or groups that control these different areas. So when it comes to the casino quarter, that is controlled naturally by the mob or the family. The municipal government controls the flooded city center, and the showmen are the ones running the boardwalk. It's essentially the entertainment quarter of Atlantic City. So I thought it was nice to explore. I thought this was actually a really cool, compact location. I enjoyed exploring, I enjoyed seeing all the things there was to do. Namely, that is really gambling in the casinos. It's like Fallout New Vegas. You can go in, do some slots, gamble a little bit. That's probably the most fun of it when it comes to just general exploration. And I did like how the lore of New Jersey within the wider context of the Fallout franchise was expanded on a little bit, so that was nice. But there's not all that much to do and people to talk to, right? Really, as I mentioned, it's just the gambling is like the main thing that you can do aside from some other stuff. Overall, I wish there was a little more to do. That's like the story of this expansion, right? I liked what was there on paper, and for what it is, it's fine. But I just want more of it. I want more and more and more. And maybe I'm too greedy and selfish in that regard. I don't know. But that's the exploration. Those are the side quests, and that is the main quest of Atlantic City, America's Playground. Alright, so next up, let's go back to that Bethesda.net article because they talk about the new season, Season 16, and all the changes they've made to the season system. So this is what they have to say. Season 16 Duel with the Devil begins today, and this time the theme is an epic fight between Rip Daring of Astoundingly Awesome Tales fame and the Jersey Devil. You will also notice we have made some changes to seasons. The scoreboard has been replaced by pages where you can see all the rewards that are available. As you complete challenges and earn score, you will rank up and unlock new pages. For each rank you earn 25 tickets, you can then redeem those tickets for rewards on pages you have already unlocked. In addition, we are now offering the Fallout First Seasons Pass. If you are already a Fallout First member, you will automatically get the Seasons Pass and access to premium rewards. Players who are not Fallout First members will still have access to the base rewards. You also have the option of purchasing the Fallout First Seasons Pass in the Atomic Shop so you can get the premium rewards too. Alright, so what do I think about this new Seasons Pass system? Again, I have talked about this in a previous video, so I'm not going to label the point. But I do want to reiterate it here because it's important. It's important when it comes to deciding whether you actually want to engage with this system or not, as opposed to just doing the main quest and the side quest and the expedition, right? So what do I think? Starting off with the positives, technically on paper, this kind of season system when it comes to pages and tickets and all that kind of stuff, technically is more flexible than the previous system when it comes to obtaining rewards. The downsides with scoreboards, and I like scoreboards, don't get me wrong, I wish they were staying, they were quirky, they were different, but the downside with scoreboards is that yes, you were forced to get the rewards one by one, piece by piece, right? There was no way of saving up tickets to get the rewards that you actually cared about. You had to go through the scoreboard pace by pace. Whereas with the new system, you can save up your tickets. As you're ranking up to rank 100 and beyond, you can save up your tickets to get the rewards that you actually care about, that you think are cool. So you're not getting a bunch of rewards that you don't care about. You feel like your tickets are being spent in the right place. So technically, on paper, it makes it more flexible. There is a caveat to this. I will talk about that in the negative section. But on paper, this system is not necessarily bad. It matters in the execution, and I don't necessarily mind the concept of it, right? So that's one of the positives. The next one I'll say is that the quality of the rewards, I believe, are either on par or better than the previous seasons. There are some cool rewards there with the camp items and the new weapon and stuff like that. You might disagree, but I don't think anyone's going to be shocked by the quality of the rewards available in Season 16. Well, let's talk about the negatives. The first negative is that even though the number of rewards overall are very similar to the previous seasons, technically, when you get to similar ranks, you are getting less rewards at those stages. So the main culprit being rank 100. So in the previous system with scoreboards, once you got to rank 100, you were getting over 100 rewards if you didn't have Fallout First. But if you did have Fallout First, you were getting over 150 again at that stage, at rank 100. But when you get to rank 100 in this system, at that stage, you're only opening up the ability to get over 130 rewards if you have Fallout First, and less than that if you don't have Fallout First, right? And the issue is that, especially because that last page and all the rewards on there are very, very expensive, practically you're not able to get 130 rewards even once you reach rank 100, right? You're getting even less than that, and again, even less if you don't have Fallout First. So how long does it actually take you to get to the stage where you can actually get all the rewards like you could before at rank 100? You're going to have to get to rank 150 because you only get 25 tickets per rank, and to get all the rewards, you need to get 3,735 tickets, right? So only by rank 150 do you have that many tickets. You'll have 3,750 tickets at rank 150. That's why it's more grindy. That's why you have to get to a higher rank to be able to get the same amount of rewards like you could get in previous scoreboards and in previous seasons. So that is my first big issue with it. I know why they're doing it. They want people to play the game more. Business-wise, totally get it. But in terms of grind, it's just introducing more grind, and that's one of the biggest issues that I have with 76 at the moment. So that's the first negative. The second negative is that you're getting less atoms, especially if you don't have Fallout First. Before, with previous scoreboards, if you didn't have Fallout First, you could get about 2,000 atoms. But in this system, if you don't have Fallout First, you can only get about 1,000 atoms. So you're getting less free atoms, so less ability to purchase the items that you want and to get the new season's pass and stuff like that. And I think that is a bit of a shame. And especially by the time you get to the repeatable rewards, like remember when you got to rank 100 in the previous scoreboard, you can keep grinding to getting repeatable rewards again and again and again. And as part of that, atoms were included as part of the roster. But with this season, we don't have the access to that. We don't have the access to keep getting, repeatable atoms rewards by the time we even get to rank 150. So not only is it really hard to get to rank 150 for most people, not only do you have to claim a certain number of rewards to even open that page in the first place, but by the time you even get there, you still can't get atoms as part of that, whether you have Fallout First or not. So overall, with this new system, you are getting less atoms, so you're going to have to spend more real money to be able to get the same amount of atoms like you got before. So that's the second negative. And the third negative is what I touched on before. That last page where you have all the consumables, even though it doesn't even have atoms as part of it, there's an extra requirement to even open that page up. Not only do you have to get to page 150, you also have to claim 95 rewards previously. So even though I said the system was technically more flexible because you can save your tickets to get the rewards that you want, if you want to open up that last page,
460 million. 460 million.
You're forced to buy rewards that you don't necessarily
Huge.
want just to be able to open up that page. So those are the positives, those are the negatives. Let me know what you think about that in the comments below. Alright, so now it's time for the most important part of this video. Should you play it? Should you be playing Fallout 76 Atlantic City America's Playground?
I'm going to play it.
And again, I think the answer does differ depending upon whether you're a new player or a current player or a lapsed player that's looking to come back. It also matters whether or not you own the game. If you own the game, then this thing is free for you, right? If you don't own the game, but you're looking to play it, you either need to spend the money on getting the game, or you need to have Game Pass and be able to pick it up as part of your subscription, right? So I'll try and differentiate between all those scenarios as much as I can. If you already own the game, right? Whether you haven't even played it yet, or you're a lapsed player, or you're a current player,
I have 680 million in
video,
ice.
This piece of content
It's
is
paying so
absolutely
much.
free.
It's
If you were to
paying out
pick
the
it up,
ass.
try it, give it a go.
It's
and
so
you don't
worth
like
doing.
it, then who cares? Your wallet is not any lighter at the end of the tunnel. But if you do try it and you actually like it, you like the rewards, you like the questing and the storyline and all that kind of stuff, then you've just experienced this piece of content, this new expansion, without spending any real money whatsoever. So there's no real risk to you. You're not losing any money. You're not going to regret your purchase or anything like that. However, the exception is if you actually really value your time. If you really value your time and nothing here is exciting you, if you haven't been excited about 76 in a while, you don't like the grind, you don't like expeditions, then I would think twice about playing it because you probably want to do something else with your time, whether it's playing another game or doing a hobby or whatever it might be. If you just don't care about 76 anymore, this is not getting you out of bed. But if you have even the slightest interest and you already own the game, then there are no downsides to giving it a go, and I think there are a good portion of people that will like things about this expansion. It's not perfect, I wish it was longer, but if that is you, I think there is a good chance you will at least enjoy your time and you'll move on with your life. But if you don't currently own 76, I don't think this is a reason to buy the game. Unless you are on Xbox or PC with Game Pass and you can get it through there, through your subscription, then yeah, absolutely give it a go. You're not spending any extra money to be able to experience it. But if you do not own 76 and you've always been scared off to play the game because you heard how it was at launch and you like Fallout 4 and Fallout 3 and other kinds of traditional BGS games, I find it really hard to recommend you purchasing the game just to experience Atlantic City America's Playground. You need to look at the whole package. You need to look at that and Still Dawn and Still Rain and Wastelanders and all the changes they've made to the game and that's going to be the better way of you making your decision. This one expansion is not a reason to buy the game, in my opinion, but a bunch of you already own it, so give it a go because it's completely free. Alright, so that was my assessment and rundown of Atlantic City America's Playground. Hopefully it helped you decide whether you want to play and experience this thing or not. But finally, let's get to the patch notes. Those are linked in the description below. They're titled Fallout 76 Atlantic City America's Playground Update Notes. This is update version 1.7.10.12. The download sizes are, if you're on PC, Steam, 17.1 gigabytes, but if you're on the Microsoft Store for PC, it's 27.1 gigabytes. On Xbox, very similar, 27.08 gigabytes, and on PlayStation, 26.1 gigabytes. Now for the actual bug fixes and improvements. Starting off with art, they fixed preview of the snare drum, accordion, and guitar. They fixed a graphical issue with ultrasight laser beams when using the beam focuser mod. Hold on, is this the fix? Did they finally fix the color issue when you had the beam focuser mod? Do you remember that one where it changed from green to red?
Why is it so yellow?
Someone please confirm this with me in the comments below. And this has been an issue for years. For literal years. I was working at Bethesda at the time. Oh my god, it's actually being fixed. Anyways, they fixed an issue with certain fashion up masks not properly displaying in the display case.
Wait, they fixed what?
Remember that one where it changed from green to red? Oh my... Using the beam focuser mod. Hold on, is this the fix? Did they finally fix the color issue when you had the beam focuser mod? Do you remember that one where it changed from green to red? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Someone please confirm this with me in the comments below. And this has been an issue for years. For literal years. I was working at Bethesda at the time. Oh my god, it's actually being fixed. Anyways, they fixed an issue with certain fashion up masks not properly displaying in the display case. They fixed carry and throw previews in the Pip-Boy. For tax evasion, they added Cap's icon for the stolen winnings when viewed in the inventory menus, and they added a new preview when you transform miscellaneous item to wet floor sign. For camps, they have added additional camp slots for purchase. That is good to see. A lot of people have been asking for additional camp slots because you have so many rewards now, so many camp items, and you can't use them in the camp slots that you have. So if you want more, you can buy them. Some people might be critical that they're available for purchase, but they're going to make money somehow. So I think this is a good choice for Bethesda Game Studios. Good on them for introducing more camp slots. But moving on for gameplay, the mechanical derby game inside of the Showman's Pier arcade now provides an intelligence buff. Aquarium sign now grants proper amount of plastic when scrapping. Fixed an issue where players would see the word chain displaying on screen after using certain weapons. I remember seeing that one. Players can navigate the map using movement buttons rather than just arrow keys. Nice. Fixed an issue preventing the user from firing in bats when they swap their mouse buttons. Fixed an issue causing NPCs to remain invulnerable when not expected to. And fixed an issue causing expedition team members to be removed from an expedition. So that's obviously really important now that there's a new expedition in this expansion. They've made some fixes when it comes to localizations. I won't labor on that. But for quests, there are a lot of quest fixes. First up, they added additional quest intro animations. Municipal auditor subtitle names are now consistent between enemies. For a better tomorrow, they fixed an issue that prevented the quest from resetting properly. For the most sensational game, the quest is no longer blocked when resuming an expedition on the first objective. Really good to see that fix. For Wayward Souls, they fixed an issue that would cause Duchess to loop dialogue forever if the player chose the luck option when confronting Batter. Quest targets should now correctly point between Atlantic City and Appalachia locations. Thank God they fixed that one too. That was an issue in the BTS. Continued balance changes and iteration in key quest combat encounters. Fixed several issues with resuming speaking to NPCs after logging off during a quest objective. Fixed additional checkpointing bugs when logging out during certain quest objectives, and continued balance. I think I read that one already. They include it twice. Systems, we've got fixed the naming of the handmade rifle aligned grip. Energy weapons now get plus 65% damage bonus to Scorch from Prime Receiver to make it consistent with other weapons. That's a nice little change. Berry Mentats should work properly with Chem Fiend level 1 perk. Headlamps for the X01, T45, T60, and T51 and Raider power armor are now attachable to power armor helmets once again. I didn't realize that was an issue. Good thing they fixed it. The West Virginia slot machine UI now requests the original 10 cap entry cost and deducts the original 10 cap amount per activation. Purveyor Mamur will only reward Union power armor pieces once the plans have been learnt. Atlantic City vendors will no longer open the trade menu automatically when talked with. Fixed a bug where protest sign melee weapon had the symbol of a pistol in the quick inventory menu. Change the text of the lock and load perk card to reflect the actual buffs to heavy weapons. Reload speed of 20, 40, 60 rather than the displayed 10, 20 and 30% speed. Good change. Fix an issue where the robot stun displays could not be built in the camp even when the player has previously learned the plan. Reduce damage of the Robobrain smoke bomb attack. I don't really think that was an issue. They standardized backpack mod names. Player can now eat meat or corpse and receive 2 times the benefits, including better hunger fulfillment when having the carnivore mutation. I don't know who uses that mutation. Anyways, and they fixed an error in the mutants ultrasight ride description. With the UI, strike views are now more accurate on large dynamic bundles. They fixed a UI issue with flyouts disappearing after the player opens the map. Fixed an issue where the place a marker button was incorrectly starting the next expedition when looking at the map. Fixed a bug causing the expedition marker to occasionally appear when making a character. Fixed an issue where a legendary item stayed on screen when the least expected. For the world, they have fixed various textures for broken objects. For miscellaneous, they fixed an issue around time-gated expedition rewards not properly resetting. Players now receive a reward for matching 3 thumb symbols to the Atlantic City slot machine. Well, that's a good thing. Fixed an issue where NPCs didn't have collision while sitting. Fixed an issue preventing certain overgrown from being properly decapitated. Pollinators should now correctly explode when killed. Several adjustments were made to equipped items and apparel for NPCs. Cleaned up several typos and subtitle spoken dialogue mismatches. Removed some extra plans from Giuseppe's member inventory. And finally, adjusted NPC placement and spacing in a few key conversations. But that is it. I've been recording this for almost 2 hours. I hope this video isn't too long. Let me know what you think in the comments below. And until next time, this has been the Lonebot Wanderer. Please take care of yourselves. And would you kindly keep fighting the good fight. Fuck, it's done. God damn it.
Lords and ladies. the
Thank you,
proverbial
Spell and
genius
Shield. I'd like to
has
sub to your
evolved,
channel.
and we now know
This video is called
definitively
Trust Destroyed.
that we will
How
not have
Hasbro
any
ruined
more
BG3 and D&D.
form of DLC or expansions. And let me be honest at the outset. I am incredibly, deeply disappointed. I had sincerely hoped for some kind of expansion, or at least some extra races, or class or two, added to the game. Furthermore, we also know that
This
Larry
game needs
will
a
not be
torch.
working on anything Dungeons & Dragons related for the foreseeable future, and likely ever, to be honest. And this is where we must delve into the reason as to why. It truly begs the question, as Baldur's Gate 3 was wildly successful, far beyond the expectations of Larian, their competitors in the market at the time, gamers, and just about everyone on planet Earth. Having covered Baldur's Gate 3 since early access, I find this a question that simply must be answered. Of course, we cannot know 100% what's going on behind closed doors, and thus we must rely on a fair bit of putting the puzzle pieces together. But despite not having absolute certainty, I think we can determine with very high probability why Larian is completely done with BG3, and I think perhaps more importantly, Dungeons & Dragons as a franchise, as well as some potential silver linings towards the end. Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast. Now, I'm not claiming that these guys are the only reason, because Sven Finke himself has cited other reasons, and indeed, in a recent Twitter post, Sven stated that their decision to pull away from D&D has nothing to do with Wizards of the Coast. But here, we really need to read between the lines. I am proposing that there are 3 primary reasons in total: Hasbro, rule-setting compatibility, and finally, the genuine lack of desire on the part of Larian, which partly depends on the former too. So let's start with the elephant in the room. The abomination, otherwise known as Hasbro. Now, when you think of Hasbro, most people think of them as a toy manufacturer, and a few things come to mind in terms of products. You might think of Transformers, Play-Doh, Monopoly, G.I. Joe, and Power Rangers, among others. But you would not necessarily think Dungeons & Dragons, and yet, Hasbro does in fact own Wizards of the Coast, which they purchased 25 years ago, in 1999. Now, it's important to understand why Hasbro bought Wizards of the Coast in the first place, because it directly ties into some of the events that occurred in recent days and weeks. Hasbro did not buy Wizards of the Coast because of Dungeons & Dragons. Rather, they bought it at the time because of the card game Magic the Gathering, which Wizards of the Coast was making bank on. D&D was never particularly lucrative, and Hasbro probably viewed the tabletop RPG more as a liability than anything everything else, something that's reflected in Hasbro's treatment of the D&D division of Wizards of the Coast over the last few months. And this is important to realize, as it helps us understand the current situation. Now, D&D itself, as previously stated, was never a big moneymaker, and had always been relegated to the realm of niche entertainment and hobbies. And this status had persisted since its inception, till something happened in the year 2015, which, you might guess, was Critical Role. Now, D&D 5th edition had come out in just the previous year, and Critical Role was decisive in popularizing both D&D and 5th edition rules, bringing interest in it to a far wider audience than had been previously possible. So here we have the situation. D&D is getting more popular, for the first time, and it seems to be bringing in more cash than ever, via the attention economy. And sometime later, in this context, Sven Finke makes a successful sales pitch proposal to Wizards of the Coast to make a Baldur's Gate 3 game after several repeated attempts over the years, and they are finally on board. One has to imagine the atmosphere at both Larian and Wizards of the Coast at this time as being particularly positive and energizing. The early appearances of Sven Finke in his full armor with his magic potions are a testament to this, and all the evidence we have suggests that he had an excellent working relationship with specific individuals at Wizards of the Coast, and that blossoms into a game that we've all come to appreciate called Baldur's Gate 3. In the beginning, you could see the marked enthusiasm and passion that Sven Finke brought to the table and emanated to the world. This was a guy who was full in on this project, and indeed, in earlier interviews, Sven had stated that he had always wanted to make a D&D game, and then he ended up making one. So what happened? Well, in a few words, the industry happened, one could say, and more specifically, Hasbro happened, or in a single word, greed. Sometime last year, Wizards of the Coast, almost certainly at the behest of higher-ups, i.e. Hasbro, made an announcement that they were going to change their OGL. The OGL stands for Open Gaming License, and it stipulates that the D&D rules, mechanics, and systems can be modified, copied, and ultimately used freely by other tabletop systems. This license was created over 20 years ago and was meant to be ironclad and applicable for all time, until Wizards of the Coast, at the behest of Hasbro, decided things needed to be different. Though technically qualified as rumors by Wizards of the Coast, they sought to make people who had created their own tabletop games in concert with the OGL derivative systems pay royalties to Wizards of the Coast by making amendments to the Open Gaming License. Now, at the time, the uproar and reaction to this was considerable, and ultimately, these amendments proved to be so unpopular that Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast corpos were forced to give up these plans, and the OGL has, to the best of my knowledge, returned to the status quo. I mention this just to give some insight to just what sort of company Hasbro is, and by
Here's the
extension,
first
corporate
150
division
of the
Wizards of
600 or
and
800 mil,
recently,
whatever it was,
Wizards of the
7 mil, I
Coast
think it was.
yet again by condemning the use of AI art and banning
I'll have to
all
make
the while
3
using
trips.
AI art themselves for certain products. You can see the hypocrisy. Then last year, in addition to 9,000 plus developer layoffs in the games industry, Hasbro laid off a whopping 1,100 people, primarily from Wizards of the Coast, and very specifically from the art and Dungeons & Dragons staff, the very people that Sven Finke had worked so closely with for several years. And by his own words, virtually everyone he had worked with is now gone from Wizards of the Coast. And in case you've not yet checked out Sven Finke's speeches at the Game Development Awards, then it's high time that you do so now, because everything you'll hear is a consequence and a reflection of the history that I've just described.
Okay, we always have hearts, warm spot in our hearts. We'll forever be proud of it.
Approaching
We're not
Stargate.
going to make new expansions, which everybody's expecting us to do. We're not going to make Baldur's Gate 4, which everybody's expecting us to do. We're going to move on. We're going to move away from D&D.
Approaching Stargate.
I'm saying it here because I'm poor, and we get bombarded by people that expect us to do these things. But that's not for us. It's going to be up to Wizards of the Coast, because it's their IP, to find somebody to take over the torch. We think we did our job. And so for us, it's time to get a new button.
So I thought Jason, or cinematic director, was going to
Yeah,
pick
you
up.
cannot expect them to continue on an IP that they don't own, because then all the money, they'll pay royalties. It's actually crazy what IP and copyright has done to video gaming. Like, for instance, they're going to abandon New World for Lord of the Rings, which is crazy. Lord of the Rings carries more weight. More people will show up. More people will make it big, and and they're wise to do it, and their combat system works, and they'll be okay. But I mean, it's weird what copyright's done to video games. It's tragic. We can't, like, I don't know. I'm not saying there should be Mario ripoffs everywhere, but I don't know. I don't know what sometimes, like, I think sometimes it still needs to be lowered a bit.
So I didn't prepare anything.
Okay. Larian doesn't want BG3 anymore because Wizards of the Coast kind of fought with them over the investment on the fucking name and all this. So you got to see that from a creator's point of view. I can go on and make my own fucking character, my own fucking world, my own fucking writers, and my own fucking ideas and stuff, or I can just keep making BG3 for the rest of my life, and then I'm the Baldur's Gate guy. And you gotta understand, as a director and as a creator, that like the incentive's not there to be typecast as the Baldur's Gate guy for 50 years. I mean, sure, the payoff's great, and the guy probably thought about it for years. He probably thought about it. He was like, well, should I take the steady check of being the Baldur's Gate guy at Larian for the rest of my life, or should I? And he's already old. He's like 60. He's not going to be doing this much longer. So he's also thinking about the kids and what they're going to be doing, and the kids half his age who are doing the work, who are like my age, who are like, and he's like, man, should I condemn the next 30, 40 years of these Larian people to making Baldur's Gate games, and when you could tell they'd rather make their own stuff. And so he's like, no, I'm going to have them make something new, and you guys knew it. You knew that the IP would be touchy, and it would be sort of weird to continue on in the vein, and it's not really right for Larian to take over Dungeons and Dragons. That was a Wizards of the Coast thing. And of course Gary Gygax and Dungeons and Dragons. That's always been that's always been someone else's IP. They let people come in and play in their playground, but this guy, he's good enough. Larian is good enough to make DOS 2 is proof that they're good enough to make their own worlds. They don't need some huge IP, and if they do, they pay these huge royalties. They have to deal with all the lawyers. They have to fight with them if there's some problem, and they step on someone's toes or try to make the depiction of something not what the creator wants it to be, and all this. And so he's smart. He's gonna go make his own stuff. And I don't really blame him.
As a matter of fact, I'm doing a talk tomorrow, so I didn't prepare anything for anything else. So I hope we're not winning anything anymore, because otherwise it's going to be really painful. I was walking here and I said, you got to do something in case you win something.
I am in a...
And the speeches here have been so good.
I am in a fucking Mac, you fucking moron. Go back.
So about stopping
Piece of
war
shit.
and about stopping the greed, which has been
Go back, you
this thing
fucking
up for
idiot.
So long, ever since I started, I've been fighting with publishers my entire life, so...
Go back.
And I keep on seeing... I keep on seeing the same
Go
mistakes
back, it's only
over
2
and
jumps,
over
it's
and
fine.
over, and it's always the quarterly profits. The only thing that matters is the numbers, and then you fire everybody, and then like next year you're going to see, shit, I'm out of developers, and you're going to start hiring people again, and then you do acquisitions, and then you put them in the same loop again, and it's just broken and broken and broken. You don't have to. Okay? You just can make reserves, slow down a little bit, slow down on the greed, be resilient, take care of the people, don't lose the institutional knowledge that's been built up in all of those people that you lose every single time, so that you have to go through the same cycle over and over and over. Right?
Yeah, this is why you don't dick over your own people and fire everybody.
That is one of anger and disappointment. When he says, for example, that people keep on asking for expansions or DLC, you can hear his annoyance. But I very much doubt the players and the fans are the source of that annoyance, despite many of us indeed wanting such content.
No, it's the media.
It's
The
almost
media
certainly
wants somebody to
directed
make money.
corpos who routinely bring about the ruin and destruction of institutional knowledge that he talks about. Hasbro almost certainly wanted an expansion from Larian because BG3 was immensely popular, and since corpos can only see profit, they of course wanted more of it. So it's likely these greedy corpos that Sven is addressing here when he says, no, we're done with BG3 and Dungeons & Dragons, and this is reinforced by the fact that he specifically states that the ball is now in the court of Wizards of the Coast, since it's their IP. Another way of saying this is, piss off, we're done working for you and delivering the goodies to you that you don't deserve. Now imagine what terrible human beings you have to be to turn a man's passion for D&D and fantasy into utter disgust and rejection. That's what we can see on display here. Do you remember Sven's Twitter post
Did
about
he
Wizards of the Coast
climb?
being
Oh, there's
perfectly
something
okay?
there.
Well, a lot of people aren't buying it, including other developers. Josh Sawyer, for example, had the following to say. Yeah, I wouldn't work with Hasbro again either. Big oops. Sven, of course, is somewhat obligated to express himself neutrally on the matter of Wizards of the Coast, and even Hasbro. But given his tone, obvious discontent with the state of affairs in the industry, and I would argue visible anger, I doubt his Twitter post tells the whole story. Based on all of this, it seems undeniable that Hasbro and higher-ups at Wizards of the Coast were a major, if not the major, contributing factor. There's simply no way around this. Had he given different speeches with a different tone, this would have been far less conclusive. But the reality of the situation tells a different tale. Basically, Sven and Larian have quit Hasbro and everything associated with them, including, unfortunately, D&D. A final point to be made here might be one of combining a savvy business decision on the part of Sven with just desserts for Hasbro, as any future IP Larian works on will be Sven's. Therefore, he will own it, and the profits entirely, and thus no longer needing to share them with the corpos at Hasbro. Now, the Hasbro Wizards of the Coast reason converges on the others, and they all feed into each other. Closely linked to Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast is the current set of rules being employed for 5th edition D&D. And Sven had stated on a number of occasions that working with the 5th edition rule set was challenging and ultimately limiting, as he and the team wanted to do things that exceeded the limitations of that rule set. As you probably know, Larian enjoys breaking things in an attempt to extract every angle and approach possible to something. And that's simply not an option when it comes to 5th edition. Another way of saying this is that Larian as a studio likes to impose its own limitations on itself rather than having them come from the outside. But the challenge with the 5th edition rule set has only been amplified by the aforementioned matters concerning Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast. And thus I don't think we can view this as the primary driver behind the decision. It's a factor, but not the factor. And of course the final piece of this puzzle is perhaps the most salient one, because its relevance entirely depends on the status of Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro. It is absolutely true that historically, specifically in recent history, Larian has not made either major DLCs or expansions, and that such an approach to game development seems to run counter to the design philosophy. Sven's statement about getting a new puppy supports this. According to him, Larian has plans for the future, not just for one big RPG, but two, one of which is meant to dwarf all other RPGs hitherto. That sounds ambitious. Of course, the sooner they get started on working on this, the better, as they truly desire to work on it with their hearts. As much like BG3 was originally, it will be a passion project. It's obvious based on all the extravagant preparation, the panel from Hell, the armor Sven wore, that passion and love for the games they work on is the driving force behind Larian's work incentive. And it's probably true that Larian truly is burnt out on BG3, and more broadly, Dungeons & Dragons. But hold that thought.
Yeah, DOS, I would be so sick of that. Dude, I'm sorry, but that CRPG shit that they had to do for DOS and BG3 just because of the limitations of the tech is horrible. The camera was horrible. It wasn't that immersive. It plays like a tabletop game. It's not that fun, and I don't blame them. They need to fucking break out of that mold.
A universe where both Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast treat their employees fairly, where the corpos there are not corpos, but passionate tabletop gamers who deeply love Dungeons & Dragons and are flexible, encouraging, supportive, and can see beyond mere quarterly profits as a motive for the creation of art. And the people that Sven worked with so closely to make BG3 were still there. Imagine that universe, and then imagine the size of a place like Faerun. Faerun, the home of the Forgotten Realms, is vast. Vast in size, but also vast in its many cultures, cities, regional differences, and history. Would it then be so strange, in this alternate universe, for Larian to work on not Baldur's Gate 4, but a different Dungeons & Dragons game set elsewhere in Faerun, such as the unapproachable East, where the Thayan wizards reign, or the far north, where Icewind Dale is located, or perhaps Chult in the south? There would be many such possibilities in this universe, and I'm quite certain that Larian would be happy to work on such a game in that universe. But sadly, that's not our universe, and therefore, that game will not be made. You likely get my point by now. Yes, Larian wanted to work on other things, but the horrible management on the part of Hasbro coupled by the general trend in the game industry, constantly firing people and going through endless such cycles, absolutely contribute not only to the disinterest in future D&D projects, but indeed aversion, which is a strong word that I think is appropriate here. But is there a silver lining to all of this? There certainly is. Larian no longer needs the D&D IP or Baldur's Gate to make huge games that people want to buy and play. They now have the credentials and know-how and carte blanche to do anything they want. With only technology limited, I'm firmly convinced that whatever their next big project is, we will all love it, since they're striving to improve on even BG3, and that is absolutely something to look forward to. Beyond that, as Sven himself has pointed out in several interviews, his mass firings and cycles often leads to the founding of new studios and new IPs. There will be new talented studios in the future who will try their hand at RPGs. They already exist. Rebel Wolves, for example, is a studio composed of veterans who all worked at CD Projekt Red during their golden years, and have now struck out on their own to make their own dark fantasy RPG. The first of a saga, they say. And maybe, just maybe, with a shift in management at both Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast,
Those old
we might
basic
once
CRPGs
again
need
see
to
a great
die.
RPG
Isometric
set in
needs
the
to
D&D
die. It's good
universe.
for certain things,
But
not
hey,
good for this.
you never know.
Not good for
Thank you all for watching.
depth.
If you like my content, you can leave a like, share, comment, and subscribe. It'd be much appreciated as it really helps out the channel. And I'll check you out next time. Take care.
Thank you so much. That was good. Mortissimo Gaming, thank you so much for the excellent content for Mr. Web. Like and sub to your channel.
Lordum here, this time bringing you my review after 100%
Yeah, I'd like to hear what he says.
Dragon's Dogma
I like
2,
Mortissimo.
the highly
I trust
anticipated sequel to a
completionists. I
cult
trust them
classic
to tell
from
me
several
what they
years ago,
think.
By which I mean
I
more than
do.
a decade in 2012. And while the game is
I think their
a
opinion matters the
definite
most, really.
improvement in certain areas, I also think other parts of it leave me with mixed feelings, which we'll dive into, obviously. To get my usual stuff out of the way first, though, I review games after 100% to set me apart from other reviewers on the platform, and while that does include the achievements, it also includes a lot more than that. There's a link to everything I covered down in the description below, as well as a link to my public Steam profile. Now, in the case of this title in particular, a few extra notes. One, I did not get a review copy, so this is coming out a bit after its initial launch, a week or so. And during this game's launch, it got hit pretty hard by performance issues and people upset about the microtransactions. Now, we're going to get into both of those things. Of the two, I think the performance issues are more notable, but make no mistake, I'm not a fan of the microtransactions either. We're going to talk about the microtransactions specifically a bit more towards the end of the review, as it makes more sense to cover them once I've talked about how the rest of the game works, and performance we'll get into shortly. But besides those two things, I will say that Dragon's Dogma 2 was an overall shorter game than I thought it was going to be. My initial run came in at just under 27 hours, and that was with me doing most everything I could.
27 hours for completionist.
Wow. The other ending. Now, broadly speaking, Dragon's Dogma 2 is an open-world action RPG where we take on the role of the Arisen, the one destined to either stop the dragon or die trying, who is accompanied by otherworldly travelers known as pawns that aren't exactly human or anything. They lack a lot of self-determination, if you will, and they comprise the rest of our party. One of them being your permanent main pawn, and the rest of them changing in and out pretty frequently with other characters' pawns, which forms this game's version of a multiplayer, though it is largely a single-player game. You don't even need to be connected to the network at all for that, as the game will fill them in with generic pawns instead. And using this formula, which was also present for the original title, I would say they improved upon the bulk of it without really trying to expand or broaden their horizons, really. If anything, I still think the scope of Dragon's Dogma 2 is a bit limited in what it tries to accomplish, especially with things like side content, which is what gives me those mixed feelings. So, let's actually dive into the rest of the game and start breaking some of that down. First up, we have the technical state of the game. I'm sure many people have heard about the performance issues this game has, and I can share some of my own experiences with those things, some of which has been confirmed by the publisher Capcom themselves. Personally, running on a very high-end PC, I'll have the specs in the About section, I should remember to do that, but just about the best computer you could buy on a consumer level, I still ran into issues, primarily in town hubs. It would kind of tank the FPS and I would get a lot of stuttering in towns, and apparently this has to do with each individual NPC.
You mean it's
not
not optimized at all? Just say it more.
So hopefully they get
just
that
say
fixed,
it
but it's a
more.
very confirmed and
It's not
problem.
optimized at all. Is it that hard to
The
say?
world was usually pretty flawless from a performance standpoint, with most of what I ran into being minor bugs like minor visual glitching, things going into walls, stuff like that. But occasionally, I would run into a more serious problem, typically with very large enemies. Dragon's Dogma, as a franchise, sees you battling often very large enemies, and I noticed that if you got them into a space where they shouldn't be, or if you're near a small confined space, sometimes those large enemies would try to enter that, and it would just mess the game up. As you can see with this footage where I was fighting this dragon, and it got stuck in this building. This went on for a few minutes before it finally just glitched out and stopped moving and let me beat it to death. I also ran into an issue with the fast travel ox carts in the game, sometimes glitching out and just like freaking out in the middle of the road type of thing. Those aren't a huge deal, as you can usually skip that kind of thing or just, get out of it. But still, the kind of thing you might want to expect. However, I was playing this on PC, and I've got to tell you that the keyboard and mouse control isn't bad by any means. I play pretty much everything with keyboard and mouse, even if it suggests using a controller, which is the case here. My main gripe is mostly that all of the keys are not fully rebindable.
Beautiful sunrise.
I think they would fix all of their problems.
Look at all the
with PC
pinks and
controls if
everything.
They just fully let you
Wow.
rebind the keys. You're only allowed to
Yeah,
use
it is
certain
dawn,
keys,
yeah.
which makes using things like my custom keypad more
I
difficult.
think nighttime
And
was
while
like
it's
10
still
minutes,
very
something.
playable, it's just a minor thing they could do to really help out the PC version of this, because if you're going to bring a game to PC, I do think you should be making an effort to properly utilize the controls for that platform. But I admit that's mostly a me problem, so not a huge deal. Mostly though, there are some performance issues that you do need to be aware of before purchasing this, I think. And with that, let's keep it moving. Next up, let's talk difficulty and New Game Plus. Now, this game does not technically have any sort of difficulty. I just wanted to mention this, that the game is set. Enemies are what they are. But as this is an RPG, you're going to be progressing through the game, increasing your stats, leveling up. So there is a bit of a break point for the difficulty of the game as a whole. For me, that was around level 40. New Game Plus does not increase monster stats or anything. It's just the same game again.
Wow.
With previously acquired
That
stuff,
seems
which actually makes
odd.
it easier, while also allowing you to run through and
I
see
mean,
the things you
easier,
haven't
yeah,
seen before.
but also more
I'm fine with
boring.
that. The big monsters have a ton of health anyway, and there's a lot of room to optimize and really craft your build. But
Yeah.
I will say that this game doesn't really have an end game like
challenge.
the original title's
Yeah.
Dark Arisen expansion gave it with Bitter Black Isle, and thus the point at which you're playing this game and going like, oh, I think I've seen pretty much everything, comes faster than you might expect. Moving right along to character creation, though. So when you find
Maybe I
this
should just
up and
play the
start a new
original
game,
one and get
after a
used to the
quick
inventory
intro,
and not
you'll be
deal with
given
it.
the character creator. Right away, though, I want to explain that as of right now, you can only make one character. Capcom has taken note of everyone's displeasure of this and is working on allowing you to do things like start a new game after you've already began the game. But right now, at the time of this review, once you create a character, you're locked in, which I'm not a big fan of. I don't mind the single character save for each character, but only being able to make one character or not be able to start a new game really sucks for an RPG. The original title, while also only having one save per character, would let you start a new game, though, as an example. Nonetheless, when you get started with character creation, you can start from an initial template or you can fully customize a new character. They released a character creator separately for this game, and it is pretty impressive. You can do just about anything you want with this thing and really customize the granular detail of the cosmetic portion of character creation. You can technically pick between being human or beast-rend, though because the character creator is what it is, I think it would be pretty easy to roleplay that you are one of the elves if you really wanted to, as they also make an appearance in game. And while I don't really want to belabor this point, because honestly it's not that interesting to me personally, as cosmetic character creators go, I think they did a really good job here. The most important choice from a role-playing perspective you're going to make here, outside of just, visual interpretation, is your starting vocation. You'll be able to pick between fighter, mage, thief, or archer, and this is going to determine your starting experience, and thus it's a pretty big choice. This determines what kind of equipment you're going to get, what skills you can use, the usual stuff. If you want to pick the easier to play options, you probably want to go thief or archer, as fighter is going to see you up in the fray a lot, and while I enjoy it personally, it's not for everybody. And then mage is really more of a support role until you get the advanced sorcerer vocation, which is more damage focused magic. Though mage can certainly do damage in the beginning, I just find it's usually better support than damage. Now, technically speaking, this doesn't happen at character creation, but a short ways into the game, you will also be able to fully customize and create your own main pawn. This is like your direct companion or assistant, if you will, and they will also be with you for the rest of the game. They can cover any basic gaps in your coverage. For instance, I like to pick fighter for my main guy, and then my pawn I like to keep as a mage for all of their support magic. We're going to talk more about the pawn system here in a little bit in a more dedicated fashion, though I did want to mention it here, that you will create a pawn as well. That, though, brings us to our story setup and my thoughts on it. Now, initially, I thought they might manage to do something cool here, but truth be told, while the setup is interesting and I liked the initial premise, I do think the back half of the story gets really bad. To talk about the story of this,
Really?
you need to understand the universe of Dragon's Dogma a little bit. Simply put, there's a big old dragon, it marks the Arisen, which is you in this case, and it is the Arisen's job to track down and kill the dragon or die trying. Being marked as the Arisen causes the pawns to see you as their leader and do basically whatever you tell them to do. I don't want to spoil this for anybody else who hasn't played the original title and knows where this winds up going, so you might just want to skip ahead from here if you haven't. But ultimately, that dichotomy between the Arisen and the dragon leads to a choice, which makes up the core of how this universe works. As a result of that, the story of Dragon's Dogma 2 can really only go so many places, and the initial setup I thought was interesting and might try to change something, but it devolves into something pretty bland pretty quickly. Now, Dragon's Dogma 2 starts off with you in jail being called upon yourself and not the Arisen. A short ways into the game, you find out that you were marked by the dragon, and the current ruler of the realm, Vermund, finds out about this, has you cursed to lose all of your memory and sent to prison so people would forget about you, so she can install her son as the ruler as well, because typically the Arisen takes the throne. And while the dragon's been around, nobody could find the Arisen until you show back up after escaping prison and reclaim your memories learning about all of this. As such, you spend a pretty significant portion of the game dealing with that exact situation. There's a false Arisen on the throne, you need to deal with that so you can then deal with the dragon. And like I said, I thought they might take this someplace interesting or do something new with it, but they don't. This entire setup that I've just mentioned to you winds up not being a factor at all. You get to the end of the game, it's the exact choice you knew was coming if you've played the first game, and while there is a true ending with an extra section I'll touch on briefly here in a moment, nothing I just mentioned has any impact on that particular moment. So what little bit new stuff they did add to the universe isn't affected by the bulk of this game's story, which means why am I doing this? Which felt like this huge wasted opportunity. And then that comes in with some pretty bland storytelling towards the back half anyways. For instance, and this is marketing, so I wouldn't even consider this a spoiler, but the big enemy they showed off in the marketing, giant walking statue you've got to fight. The fight itself is whatever. It's cool. Knew it was coming from the marketing, obviously. But what bothered me about this scenario is that what they didn't tell you in the marketing is that this statue isn't fighting you. It's not even after you. It's after your enemy, the antagonist of the game. So when this thing initially appeared and I realized what it was doing, my very first thought was, why would I want to kill this thing? It is only helping me. In fact, it runs into people, and my first thought was, oh, maybe they want you to like save these towns that are going to be collateral damage. But no, the towns that it's destroying are the people that imprisoned you at the start of the game. So as a character, what is my motivation to kill this thing in this narrative that they're trying to spin, other than, oh, look at that big enemy, which is what the pawns do. They're like, oh my god, we got to stop this giant enemy. And they just keep repeating that over and over again. And while this makes for a great set piece, narratively, I thought it was very stupid. And what's more, having played video games for quite a while, I noticed that this thing was legitimately marching across the map. So in my head, I was like, I bet I don't actually have to fight this thing. I bet there's some sort of scripted event that keeps this from getting out of control. So combined with the fact that I just didn't want to fight the thing initially, at least on my first playthrough, as there is an achievement you need to get for it, so on my second playthrough I did that. But first playthrough, I was like, I don't want to fight this thing, and I bet I don't have to. So I just went and rested at a camp, at which point a scripted event plays where this thing dies. As a plot point, I hated this. Now the other part of the story I wanted to touch on was the bit at the end. Again, not really going to spoil anything, but just some general notes here. There are two endings to this title, primarily a bad and a good ending, if you will. The true ending, if you want to put it that way, gives you a sort of epilogue that you have to play through that sees you trying to accomplish a few specific objectives. However, unlike the rest of the game, if you die right here, you have to start it over from the beginning. Now, every few days, as an event passes, you'll start from that checkpoint, but there is no saving. And so I learned that the hard way because there's some gear that only pops up in this specific portion of the game that I purchased, only to die to one of the fights here and find out that I didn't just restart from my last autosave, I restarted from the beginning of this event, which a little bit of warning about would have been nice. I would have played a little bit differently, and obviously I did afterwards, but it was an incredibly annoying mechanic to approach what was effectively the end of the game and suddenly change how I can load and save. So all in all, with the story, it starts off well enough, but I was just not a fan. I didn't go into this expecting some grand story. Again, I've played the first game, I knew how this was probably going to end because of how the universe works, but the story is just not good here. They very much so missed the mark, in my opinion. That, though, brings us to the progression systems. As we're traveling through the world, fighting off all sorts of monsters, we're going to be making some pretty standard RPG progress in the forms of levels, vocations, gears, and upgrades. In addition to just ourselves, our main pawn will also be accumulating these things. More on them in just a moment. Now, levels are pretty straightforward. As you gain experience, you will gain levels, which leads to increased stats. Just like the previous game, the vocation that you level up in determines some of your stat growth. This is important because later on you can change vocations pretty freely and master them to get extra permanent abilities that you can use whenever. However, what vocation you level up in does affect your stats, which brings us to the vocations. Not so much on the individual ones, we'll talk a little bit more about that in combat, but I want to speak a little more broadly about how they work. Now, every vocation, and there are quite a few of them beyond the starting ones that you'll have to track down and find, offers a play style. It determines what weapons and armor you can equip alongside what skills you can use. But first, let's talk about the skills and everything. As you play in the role of a vocation, you'll earn ranks for it. As you rank up, you'll earn more and more access to the abilities and augments available for that particular vocation. As you kill enemies, you'll also gain a secondary currency called discipline. This is what you spend to earn those augments, skills, and abilities. You spend them, typically at an inn, but not always. Sometimes it's like the vocation place in individual towns. But you find the NPC that can do this for you, and then you spend discipline on the things you want. Of the skills available to your vocation, you can have up to 4 of them equipped, and that's going to lead to your playstyle within your individual vocation. Then we have augments. Augments are permanent passives that once earned can be used in any vocation. These are how you're going to get the permanent upgrades and buffs to anything you want to do, and incentivizes you to mix up and try different vocations here and there. Now, you can only equip so many of these at once as well, which means there is a limit to how useful these are. And thus, generally, if you want to see if a vocation has anything useful for you, in the long term, you just want to check out their list of augments and see if it's better or does anything extra that you want specifically, and then you can level up that vocation until you get that augment and then, move on. As I mentioned, though, your vocations determine what kind of gear you can use, which comes down to your weapons and thus how they attack and fight, or in the Trickster's case, you don't deal any direct damage. Gear obviously increases a bunch of stats, though I will say gear progression is pretty linear. As you move through the map, you're going to be kind of moving around the coast, if you will, and each town as you go has progressively better equipment that could realistically be organized into like tiers. So despite there being an equipment upgrade system, the best items obviously come in the late game, and outside of just generally better stats, they also have other side effects as well. For instance, some weapons for the fighter have more knockdown power, which means they're more likely to knock down enemies, and some particular types of armor prioritize one type of defense over another, such as magic or physical. But because all of this is limited by your vocation anyway, there tends to be a best in slot type of situation here. However, you can still upgrade all of your gear. You go to either the armor vendor or the weapons dealer, and you can enhance your equipment. This is actually a little interesting. There are 3, I would say, main settlements in the game: Vermund, Sacred Arbor, which is the elves, and Batal, which are the beastren. Depending on where you get these items upgraded, the exact stats of the upgrade will change a little bit. I didn't find this noticeable enough to really care much about it, but technically speaking, you can customize exactly which stats are getting increased via this option. Now, the very last upgrade you can give your equipment, which requires the 3 previous upgrades, is Worm's Fire. Once you get to the point in the game where you find the Dragon Forge, which is a specific NPC, they can upgrade your weapons to this tier. This requires a special material that you get from battling the dragons out in the world. That material plus already upgraded equipment allows you to upgrade it to that last stage, which is the most important one because it does things like half the item's weight, which can affect your carry capacity, which is huge. As a result, the best gear in the game is, of course, the stuff that comes at the very end of it, upgraded and forged in Dragon's Fire, as it were, which gives you a nice sense of progression, I think. Now, a form of sort of side progression, if you will, are the pawns, which means it's time to talk about those. So if you're unfamiliar with this system, basically, instead of traveling with a party of other people, you travel with their pawns. Your party is made up of you, your main pawn, which is always with you, and then 2 extra pawns. These can either be generic pawns filled in by Capcom themselves if you're playing with your network turned off, or if that is not the case, they can be pawns from other players. At Rift Stones scattered throughout the land, you can pick these characters up, though they do share a few differences between your main pawn. Your main pawn is going to level up and be customized with you. Other characters' pawns will not level up, which means you'll have to change them out occasionally if you want them to be effective. What's more though, and the biggest feature from the previous game, is that as these pawns go on adventures with other Arisen, they pick up on what happened. They learn about the environment, the quests that they've completed and gone on, the fights they get into, tactics you may have not tried. And so when you bring these pawns along, they'll often shout messages that can lead you to things they know about or point you in the right direction for a quest, as an example. Now, Dragon's Dogma 2 takes this a little bit farther and adds specializations and quests. It's possible for pawns to pick up a specialization. For instance, the probably most notable one really is that your character does not speak Elvish, which means if you want to interact with the elves of Sacred Arbor, you need a pawn that does. But they can also do other things like reveal the location of crafting material hubs on your map and other useful things. Though these specializations will tend to make your pawn act a little more independently, which isn't necessarily always a good thing, because they might just behave a little unpredictably. Whenever you hire a pawn to take with you, it might also come with a quest.
I have
Basically,
7
if you
upgrade
do this
points.
thing with that
Oh
pawn, you'll
my
get
God.
a small reward from the person whose pawn that is. Pawns can also earn badges and things like that to make interacting with them fun. Now, the reason you might want to interact with this system is that the reward is Rift Crystals. Rift Crystals are needed to hire pawns that are higher level than you, as anything above your own level costs an increasing amount of these Rift Crystals, but they can also be spent on helping to customize your pawn. Your pawn comes with their own personality and things that you set when you make them, but that can also be customized and changed later with items that will affect all of this, which you can buy at the Pawn Guild and major hubs. So the more people use your particular pawn, the more Rift Crystals you'll gain and the more you can spend and interact with that system a bit. So overall, I would say pawns are a bit better than they were in Dragon's Dogma 1, and it's a relatively novel system, period, as you don't really see it anywhere else. And how those pawns learn and change and respond to the people they've been running around with, I think is pretty cool, and that remains the case here. Which brings us to the gameplay and world section of the game, and you're going to be spending a lot of time running around this world.
This game
if you
looks
play
good.
it to its full, so it's a good thing to know about. Now, I will say right away that in the marketing they were talking about how this world was 4 times bigger than the original, but that's not really saying much because the map for the original one was very, very small. I would say that the open world for this game is also not very big, but it is definitely a lot bigger than the original, which is important when we talk about fast travel here in a bit. Now, the world itself is divided up primarily into 2 areas, Vermund and Batal. Vermund is this sort of sweeping grassland, foresty areas with the occasional mountainous feel to it, whereas Batal is this rocky, sandy, almost desert-esque area. You're free to explore and go as you will, and while there are occasional gates to places farther in, you can work your way around those if you learn about them. And the open world is dynamic. Every character you run into in major hubs is a set character with a name, and outside of town hubs, they have NPCs wandering around, they can get in trouble with monsters, and you'll also see pawns wandering the roads as well. And this makes the entire world feel a bit lively, especially when you look at things like the ox cart system, which at certain times of day, the ox cart will go from one end of the map to the other, and if you run into one, either by waiting on it at its starting location or just out in the wild, you can hop on and fast travel to wherever it's going if you pay a small fee. So things like that add to the world feeling a bit more alive. Now, each of these NPCs you run into has an affinity with your character, which is just how much they like you, which can lead to them doing things like giving you gifts at your home, which you can purchase in Vermund, and some of those interactions can be humorous. It also plays into the end a tiny bit. Now, because each of these NPCs is their own personality and everything, and the fact that some of them are directly tied to quests, you might be wondering if you can kill them, and the answer is yes. However, some of them being tied to quests means you might break something, and that's where the morgues or the charnel houses come in. Using an item called a wake stone, which you can also use on yourself in combat if you die, you can revive these dead NPCs. If you've left the area where they died, they'll eventually be moved to the morgue and you can go find them, revive them, and then carry on with whatever quest it is they had for you. Now, if you go massacring a town, you can, of course, expect the guards to react accordingly, though depending on how powerful you are, maybe that doesn't really matter. And a lot of stuff like that leads to a dynamic feeling world, especially in the main hub areas. And it's a shame, I think, that they didn't involve more interesting side content as a result. The game does not have a lot of fulfilling side quests that would have utilized this system, which means while all of that stuff I mentioned is cool, it can feel a little paper thin at times. Now let's talk about getting around this world, or fast travel. Broadly speaking, I actually like the improvements they've made from the original title here. The original ones saw you gathering port crystals, dropping them at certain areas around the map, and then using a separate item called a fairy stone to travel there. The second title has port crystals in specific locations on the map, and if you find and interact with them, you can fast travel to that area at any time without having to find and move a port crystal on your own. However, the port crystals are also in the game as an item for you to pick up, and you can do what you did in the first game. So there are set locations where there are permanent ones, and then there are also optional ones that you can pick up and go drop somewhere, and then you use your fairy stones to travel in between them. Fairy stones are a little more uncommon than I would have preferred, which leads to a lot of running around, but this system combined with the ox cart system, which is also fast travel, gives you plenty of ways to move around the map once you learn about what and how. And I think that's a reasonable compromise from the original title's method, which is probably necessary because of how much larger this world is than the original one. Now that's more of a, I would say, functional breakdown. Let's talk about the other side of it, the gameplay portion of running around this world. Mostly you're going to be running around, fighting enemies as you go, taking on the occasional side quest, and that looks pretty much like what you would expect. You're just running around, fighting monsters and interacting with them, though it does have some dynamic elements. There are parts of the world that can be broken, such as destructible bridges and things, that after a few days in-game will eventually respawn. Also helps with that sort of dynamic feeling. There are also all sorts of optional dungeons and things you can find throughout the world, and the world itself has a day-night cycle, the night cycle in particular being very, very dark. You can obviously change this a bit with your brightness settings, but it's intended to be very low vision. And also, more dangerous enemies come out at night. And this can lead to a few fun secrets to find, such as the Headless Horseman fight or the Sphinx. Now, I will say the Sphinx is very well tucked away, but because this game has been out a little while already, it's very easy to find via guides. I'm not going to show it personally because YouTube is not a fan of nudity. But my point being, there's secrets and things to interact with on the map that the first game kind of lacked. But I will say also that Batal in particular has way too many enemies. You cannot move in the areas of Batal without just tripping over enemy after enemy. That makes it hard to move anywhere, and for a game that limits fast travel, I think they could have culled the enemy density a little bit there. Obviously, you want it to be a bit dangerous because that's the kind of world we're dealing with here, but when I can't walk like 5 steps without tripping over enemies in one section of the map in particular, you probably need to take a second look at it. The second one fight is over, you're immediately thrown into another one, and it gets very annoying very fast, especially if you're just trying to walk somewhere, because even the regular old road is not safe. Whereas the other part of the map, Vermund, where you start, it's a little more spaced out and you don't run into that issue as often. All of that said though, as I mentioned, not a fan of the side content in this game. I don't think the game has a lot of compelling quests or anything to go deal with, and while there are certainly quests, most of them are just very generic fetch quests or go kill this specific monster or escort this person. And it's interesting to me that they built and made this really dynamic world with this NPC system, the death system, the affinity system, and then they did basically nothing with it. Most of the interesting quests are tied to the main story, with just a couple of interesting side quests. Most of it was pretty boring. And while that's not a surprise given the big focus on combat and everything, it's still a bit of a shame to see. Nonetheless though, moving through the world, interacting with its denizens, fighting off monsters, camping out in the wilderness is a decent enough experience. That though brings me to the combat section. Now, largely speaking, this is just the combat from Dragon's Dogma 1. In fact, I would argue that this is probably where they changed the least, and given that it's the bulk of what the game is, if you've played the original title, you should feel right at home here. Many of the the vocations, their skills, etc. is just pulled directly from the original title. Even the enemies, how you approach them, their weak spots, which I will say does lead to a few instances where I think they played it too close to the original title. In fact, outside of a couple vocations that you're not going to get until the late game, it feels nearly identical, which I don't think is great for a sequel. You want to improve, not just make the same thing. More
Your
broadly
skill has
speaking, though,
increased.
combat is stat-based with a bit of skill. So there are action elements to this. You obviously
another
need to
one
know
here.
what skills to use when. You need
Oh,
to
no,
know when
no,
to
there isn't.
swing, when
Okay.
to block if you're playing a fighter, or how to use your vocation's special ability. So it does absolutely have a skill threshold, but there is also a stat threshold, like I mentioned way earlier. There's going to be a breakpoint with your stats that you're just better than everything else you're running into, which is going to make combat much easier.
Gonna pee quickly before they start. I'll be right back. Oh.
Your skill has increased.
For the wrong macros, huh? Excuse me.
Your skill has increased. 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 Your skill has increased.
For you. Enemies, though, I would say can be divided up into small versus big. Small enemies are just kind of human-sized things, really, that you'll fight off in a pretty standard
Your skill
manner,
has increased.
utilizing the skills available to you. These are things like actual humanoid bandits, the undead, goblins of their many size and varieties, these lizard people called saurians, and each of them has their little unique things. For instance, you can cut off
Your
a
skill has
saurian's tail.
increased.
Bandits come in all forms that you have, basically mage, archer, thief, etc., which can lead to some dynamic fights, but mostly these characters are pretty easy to mow down. Then you have the big enemies, the enemies that you need to climb and grapple and hit in specific locations to deal the most damage, as they tend to have very large health bars with multiple instances of said health bar.
Your
Most
skill
of these
has
big enemies
increased.
are also pulled directly from Dragon's Dogma 1, so if you know how to fight them there, you know how to fight them here. It works identically. The main exception being a couple of dragon types introduced in the very late game. Generally though, big enemies you want to grapple, find their weak spot, and hit it. At the time it was released, grappling and climbing up these enemies and hitting specific portions of them was pretty novel, but as this is a sequel, it's not exactly breaking new ground, but
Your
it is
skill has
still pretty
increased.
fun to mess around with, and that grapple and throw system can lead to many a funny moment. I will say though that enemy variety is not great. You're mostly going to be fighting the same
Your
things
skill has
constantly,
increased.
and for a game that is all about combat, I think that's a real bummer. And given that most of these monsters and things are just pulled directly from the original, it really doesn't feel like they
Your
added
skill
much
has
in
increased.
terms of enemy variety. It feels like they didn't do much new here at all, really. But luckily, the combat itself is pretty fun. Now, as you're engaging in combat and take enemy hits, you will build up what they call your loss gauge, which is basically just a reduction of your max health. And obviously that makes you less effective in combat. So in order to replenish your health up to its actual maximum, you can rest, which will restore this, which is what incentivizes you to camp or go to an inn every once in a while, which is usually where your pawn will report back any travels with other people. From a more functional standpoint, depending on your vocation, a little bit of this will change, but your basic attack is obviously just that, a basic attack that doesn't eat stamina. Every character does have a stamina bar, which is what they're going to use to activate their special abilities based on their vocation. Which brings us to the vocations. I mostly just want to talk about the new stuff here because a lot of this is actually just repeats from the original, and there isn't much to say that isn't immediately obvious, so I'll sum it up very quickly. Outside of the 4 starter vocations, which we discussed earlier, there are 2 advanced vocations, Warrior and Sorcerer.
Your skill
These
has
are
increased.
different vocations entirely from the starter. They are not strictly better. For instance, the melee version sees you charging up melee attacks and can deal incredible damage, but is very slow and lacks some of the defensive features from the fighter vocation. Sorcerer does fantastic charge up AoE abilities that can debilitate enemy foes and hit large groups. The downside here being that they lose access to their healing magic and buffs for your
Oh,
party,
God,
which is a very
that hurt.
basic example of how every single vocation is different. There is not a singularly better vocation, simply which one suits your playstyle better. Now what's especially interesting are the new vocations that they brought in, such as the Trickster or the Wayfarer, that are a bit different than their counterparts in their entirety. Trickster is more of a support-oriented vocation where you don't deal damage directly, but you'll have the ability to get specters and things summoned in that can deal damage or distract enemies, that kind of thing. Generally, I like the concept of Trickster. Actually playing it wasn't really my thing. And then you have something like the Wayfarer. The Wayfarer is able to equip weapons from every other vocation, but has lower base stats as a result. Pretty much your standard can do everything, but less effectively than someone who is specialized. And everything I just mentioned combines to make a combat system that is a lot of fun. It feels great, just like the original did, jumping onto enemies,
Your skill
hacking
has
away at
increased.
their weak spots, or just dominating little enemies through a use of interesting party comps and min-maxed builds using your augments and stat growth charts, if you will, if you want to take it that far, though it's not necessary at all, leads to a combat system that is as engaging and min-maxy as you want it to be, or if you prefer, as simple and straightforward as a general hack and slash. And in that way, the combat of this game is very versatile. I really just wish they had given us more enemies to fight, and that the enemy density in certain areas was toned down a little bit. Because there does come a point
Your
for me
skill
around
has
10
increased.
to 20 hours where a lot of fights were just like a nuisance and in the way more than they were an engaging experience. But the overall system is pretty fun. Now, moving right along, let's finally talk about the microtransactions of this particular
Your skill
title.
has
I have a
increased.
few things to say here, but I want to kick this section off with this. All of the microtransactions are things that can be acquired in-game. I would not generally consider any of them pay to win, but what a lot of them are pay
Your
for
skill has
convenience,
increased.
which I still don't think is great. I also don't think $70 full-price AAA games should be shipping with microtransactions to make things easier to accommodate for systems that the game developer already made. So, as an example, one of the things you can buy are port crystals, which enable an extra form of fast travel beyond what you'd be able to get normally, which means you're paying for a convenience option. And while you absolutely don't need those things, that existing incentivizes the developer to develop those things to give you a reason to buy them. For the most basic example, I don't need to buy port crystals if I have access to free and abundant fast travel. They've effectively created a problem so they can sell you the solution to it. And I think things like that are exceptionally unfortunate because realistically, this game has an online component via its pawn system. If you were to tell me, hey, here's some cosmetic microtransactions because we have to support the cost of these servers over time, that's perfectly reasonable. I wouldn't really have any problem with that. But these pay-for-convenience options effectively just help people get around the system you as a developer designed to begin with aren't great, and I don't like seeing them in these games. I also, though, have seen a lot of, I would say, misinformation about them. They are definitely not pay to win, and everything about them can be obtained in-game. You can edit your character's appearance at barbershops around town, but that costs gold, and you would be incentivized to buy something that lets you do that because you can't just create a new character or start a new game at the moment. And while, yes, you can absolutely just get the gold to go do it, and it's not that crazy expensive either, you can see what I'm talking about when I've said that they've tried to push people into those purchases through these design decisions. So while these microtransactions don't bother me as much as, say, the performance issues do, I also still don't think they should be here. And it's really easy to say, yeah, well, just don't buy them. And that is the correct thing to do. You definitely shouldn't buy them. You don't need them. They become an issue when the game starts being developed around them. So while they are not nearly as bad as some of the initial rumors and speculation I saw running around the internet, I still don't think they should be here at all, just on principle. That, though, brings me to the Steam Deck section of this particular review, and generally I would say don't. You're going to run into some problems potentially, not least of which because
He won't
it's
even
a
run on the
payment,
Steam
which
Deck.
is a little
That's
beyond
fucking
what a
sad,
Steam
man.
Deck can
It's
generally
Dragon's
pull off
Dogma.
anyway. Another portion is that this game uses anti-cheat software.
It would be
both
good on the
Lenovo
Steam Deck.
and Enigma,
The
I believe,
first one.
which is a problem specifically because the Steam Deck is a Linux-based system, and sometimes Linux-based systems will trigger those anti-cheat things as some sort of third-party software, which can be a problem if you want to play with the network features enabled specifically. So while you could probably play this on the Steam Deck, simply put, I personally wouldn't, especially if you're playing it online with the pawn system enabled, because if you tinker with any of the settings for the Steam Deck, like the exact version of Proton you're using to get around some of the performance issues the game has, suddenly you might find yourself banned. So a pretty bad time all around. That, though, brings me to our positives and negatives, and then we will wrap this thing up. Now, on the positive side of things, I like what they did with the dynamic elements of the world. The NPCs, the affinity systems, the ability to either kill or resurrect them, and generally just exploring around and seeing what the world had to offer in terms of beautiful vistas, set pieces, and stuff was really cool, even if it is let down by a lack of side content in any meaningful way. Combat itself is also very good, no surprise there. It's the core focus of the game, so it better be good, to be honest. And it is, very much so. It's a very good experience. I think they took the original, improved upon it, if nonetheless playing it a bit
Your
safe.
skill has
But
increased.
the world is cool, and the combat is a lot of fun. But then we have the negatives, which are a bit on the hefty side for me. The performance, obviously, is not great, and while that might be patched eventually, right now it is what it is. I also think the story was incredibly poor. Like, I didn't go into it expecting some grand reimagining of the entire universe, because again, I know how Dragon's Dogma 1 works, I know how that panned out, but the story for this game is just not good, in my opinion. I was not impressed. Most of it doesn't matter
What's
at
the
all. And
point
that
if the
leads to some,
story's
in my
no
opinion,
good?
truly
The
terrible
combat's
writing towards the end.
subpar.
There's the lack of good side content. Most of the quests and everything just aren't that interesting. There's not a ton of it to begin with. Most of it is front-loaded. And while there's a couple of decent quests in there, none of it's going to blow you away, and I was really let down since that was also the case for the first game. I was hoping
Your
they
skill
would
has
expand
increased.
upon and really dive into the universe a bit, which just didn't happen. Then there's the lack of enemy variety. Most of this stuff is just pulled directly from the first game and works identically. And all of those things together really made me feel like this was more of like an anniversary edition or a remaster or something to the original rather than a full-blown new game.
Oh my
to
god,
my
I'm just gonna play the
conclusion.
original.
Dragon's Dogma 2 has its good moments. There are times I was having a lot of fun with it. I think in many ways it is a step up from the original title and improves on some pretty key features, but it's also a game that has some pretty glaring negatives, even if you ignore the microtransaction stuff, which I am entirely for the sake of this conclusion. Let's pretend those microtransactions don't exist at all. I'm stuck with a game with performance issues, a poor story, lack of engaging side content, poor enemy variety, and speaking for myself at least, that's just not a game I would pay full price for. And while I didn't get a review copy of this, I actually did get gifted a pre-order of it for Christmas, because this was one of my most anticipated games this year. And needless to say, I'm a bit disappointed in it, frankly, because for all its good moments and the times I was having fun, I think it's outweighed by the negatives. So as a recommendation,
has
I
increased.
would personally say wait a couple months, buy it preferably on sale when they get some of the most egregious problems cleaned up. But that is pretty much going to do it for this particular review. So I certainly hope you enjoyed it. I hope you found the video
his boyfriend
informative.
or
If you
wife
did,
got
don't
him,
forget to like, comment, subscribe. Let me know
Dragon's
how you
Dogma
feel
2.
about all of these things
That's
down
awesome.
in the comment section below. But regardless of any of that, truly, just thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. May you wander in wisdom and have an amazing day.
Yeah. I like Mortisimo. He's gotten much better over the years. I think he used to be a little too waspy, but he's good now. He doesn't seem to get control of these fucking mobs. Get on me, motherfucker.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
This was good. Skip.
What up, friendos? Welcome back.
What up, man?
And it was only a matter of time until it happened. In fact, actually, I believe this has happened and we're just Groundhog Day in cryptocurrency and buying plots of land. You know, where have you heard this one before? Basically, this one's on Mars, so, you know, it's totally different this time. And for whatever reason, they saw my content, you know, laughing about cryptocurrency and things like that, and they emailed me and said, we think you'd be a perfect fit. to promote
Your skill has
this,
increased.
you know, buying parcels of land on Mars in a play to earn without a lot of the playing, I'm going to guess, at least for now. And the email ended. Our primary goal in this partnership is to sell land slots to your audience, which, you know, obviously we know that's what they're trying to do. So obviously I'm not going to accept a sponsorship where they're like, you know, we'll pay you money and you tell everyone how great it is to buy plots of land on Mars in a video game that probably isn't very far along at the moment. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to look at it and we're going to... I've just seen that gameplay video, my god. At least they have something. We'll get to it. It is what it is. So let's look at the About Us, the questions on everyone's mind. Who are you? Why are you doing this to us? Why are you emailing me? The Mars 4 project, because it's called Mars4.me. The Mars 4 project is split into 3 interconnected parts. The Mars Land NFTs, these are the parcels of land. The Mars $4, and the play-to-earn game. All these elements will come together to create an interactive virtual Mars with its own economy. Mars 4 users are going to purchase land plot NFTs to cultivate civilizations and terraform them in-game. Landlords can build upon, rent, and sell their lots. In addition, they can get ownership certificates, change the name of the land, pay for a range of avatars, wearables, and in-game assets such as vehicles, all while earning Mars $4. Now, this all sounds quite familiar. We've seen something quite like this before. Does this have a cryptocurrency yet? Have they got that far? So they say own a scientifically exact land NFT on Mars. Every land consists of 23 square kilometers, and each plot and environment is unique. Owning Mars land enhance... Okay, there's some broken English here. Owning Mars land enhance you to get a passive income. So... I believe this is what is commonly referred to as a security, but what do I know? They're promising a passive income on things you buy in a video game that sounds kind of like a security, which would, unless you registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission, run you afoul and potentially land you in prison. But hey, just cryptocurrency, baby. Own your NFT colonists, fantastic. Experience your NFTs in 3D Mars game. So let's take a look. It has music, so we're going to pause that because I don't want to get copyright claimed on that one. So this is a tweet. Welcome to my villa, multiple bedrooms, a garage for Mars rovers, radio tower workshop, and much more. Part 1. Very basic UI, you know, the user interface, but it has a mini map. You know, I'm surprised. Oh, you guys can't see the bottom left-hand side of the screen, which is showing the very non-alpha, just fantastic stats in the corner. I mean, it looks like they have something at least. You know, I'm pleasantly surprised. I love Mars. True. A first hotel on Mars. Nick, you are welcome to have a night here. The second floor is something that we didn't. We're not going to go back. It's fine. My build so far, 2 of 2. So people are actually playing the game. That's crazy. I wonder how, you know, if this is online or if it's some single player, you know, survival, small area or whatever else. Building a Japanese style capsule hotel with Mars 4. Yeah, I'm sure it'll take off. Once, you know, all the normies get in and come to play, then I'm sure you'll need all that space on Mars. Because obviously everybody knows the reason this capsule hotel's in Japan is because of the abundance of space and really cheap real
Your skill
estate,
has increased.
right, as opposed to Mars, which you're really going to be cramped in, aren't you? Because clearly the population of a game being played on Mars with NFTs is going to be so vast that we'll populate that more than we populate major metropolitan cities, even the biggest cities in the world like Tokyo. This is sarcasm, by the way, if you're not getting it. I'm just, you know, I know some people struggle, so that is sarcasm. Why the fuck would you need a capsule hotel on Mars in a video game? Don't know. We've got some of the regular, you know, it's so amazing thumbnail faces for how great it is that you can buy NFTs on Mars. Again, this has already been done. We covered a Mars project.
Your skill has
probably
increased.
in 2021, I think. that was already selling NFTs on Mars, so it's not the first one. You might be the first one that has an actual game client you can download and run around and build basically on, but definitely not the first one. I'm clicking game, it doesn't do anything. So I guess game is the same as their homepage. Yeah, game and their homepage is the same. It doesn't. Oh no, wait, here we go. Play and win. The Red Planet is a fun place where you can play, build your future on Mars, participate in the competitions, and win. We love creativity. By playing the game, creating and sharing the content, you can be rewarded as well. Of course you can. Here's some videos from our community having fun playing Mars 4. Join them. So I want to see their white paper. Tokenomics. Where is the cryptocurrency and then NFTs? What blockchain are they on? You know, who's buying and selling them? So they are selling 1 billion tokens to a private round of seed funding, and then between their team and the treasury, they're keeping 1.5 billion tokens. They're only listing publicly 5% of tokens, aka 0.2 billion. Launchpads is 0.04 billion. So in total, this sounds fantastic. Just come with me on a mystical journey ride. Before the game even comes out, like 60-something% of the tokens are owned by private investors and the team. And then of the remaining, amount, 30% of it is in the yield farming and liquidity. Our partners, who's partnering with you? What are they doing? Oh my god, you've got loads of partners. That's huge. They're partnered with Polygon and Alluvium. Are they? Bro, the link that they send you to look at their NFTs is a domain that's for sale. That doesn't work and is unsecure. Why are they emailing me about that? What the fuck is going on? Who's the team? Who's the Mars 4 team? Richard? Dick? Okay, Dick. Serial entrepreneur and business leader. I'm out already. Anytime you read these two words next to each other in a sentence, just count me out completely. Owner of a portfolio of businesses spanning connected care, IoT, media and blockchain, advisory committee member for one
Your skill has
of the leading
increased.
venture capital firms in Northern Europe, experienced in building crypto startups. There you go, look, co-founders, got 20 years in ICT, banking and investing. Investment portfolio includes successful ventures in fintech, financial technology, marketplaces, electric vehicles, as well as pure play crypto startups in the digital assets and blockchain space. Just sounds like fucking word soup. Just SpaghettiOs all over my face. And the COO, it has a bachelor degree in business and marketing, 9 years of experience in building IT products, experience in running startups and fundraising, domain knowledge in fintech, healthcare, and of course agriculture sectors. So far, everyone involved has the necessary requirements to build a successful video game. That's a joke. Obviously, not a singular person here has a singular accolade or credit or anything about a video game. So they've got marketing people here. Okay, we've got people here, game development people. They've got the game development director, Nick. Don't have his second name. Of course, don't lend credibility to your project by putting people's names for you to look up. 15 years in sci-fi game development. What games? 10 years working on R&D prototyping for industry-leading free-to-play MMO publishers. Ooh. 5 years indie game development. So he's got, so there you go, 30-year veteran. Experienced in team and project management, technical design, passion for mechanics, designs, visuals, and render pipelines. I mean, they've got a lot of people listed here. Look, they've got Demantis, who's a junior game designer. He's got a bachelor degree in game design. They've got Dennis, the programmer, Dennis the Menace, as they like to call him.
Your
Dave is
skill
the
has
programmer.
increased.
And then 2 modelers, a technical artist, an art director, and a writer. So they have 2 programmers, a designer, and a director to build a game that encapsulates Mars.
Your skill
I'm
has
not saying
increased.
it's the whole Mars, so maybe there's something I'm missing here. Mars 4 project development team has modeled the detailed 3D map of Mars terrain after NASA's Mars data. Think of it as Mars equivalent of the Google Earth 3D map.
Your skill has increased.
Okay. Each plot with its topographical form based on this data sets the area of play for the Mars 4 play to earn game, turning each unique NFT into a playable and interactable zone on the virtual Mars. So it is the size of Mars. They're doing it with 4 programmers. Okay. But I'm still not seeing anywhere where there's a token
Your skill
listed.
has increased.
Okay, here we go. We can just Google it. We can go to Mars 4 to USD charts. It's currently going for you know, tremendous valuation. You know, some people's buying and selling. They're getting their hands in. They're getting their feet wet on some Mars 4. Oh boy, that's a red fucking graph that came out. They're currently down on an all-time high, negative 99.83%. Damn, bro. That's...
Your skill has increased.
Yeah, oh my god. Mars tokens coming out. You better get in now. Why would we get in now? You know what's so great about this investment? Well, we're currently down.
Your skill has increased.
99.83%. But it's coming back. You know, it's really on the up. We're emailing cryptocurrency critics, asking them to make videos about us for money, not paying attention to the fact that they're cryptocurrency critics and not going to positively review the game for money. The level of dedication and research our marketing team has been doing. So obviously your money's in safe hands. And now I'm not saying this is a scam. I'm not saying it's anything really. In fact, I think it's most likely going to be not
your skill has increased,
because I think the idea of having a planet as the playground for a video game is stupid as a concept, because even the most populated MMOs on the planet don't have enough players to populate all of the areas people are in. So when you times that play area by, you know, orders of magnitude, hundreds, thousands, millions of times larger, even if you had the most popular video game ever in existence, it would still be unnecessarily large and just a burden, technically, and also socially. So I don't think this is a good idea. I think if you were going to do this, make a fantasy world, like make a small world, and then maybe expand upon it.
Your skill has increased.
The reason people don't do that is because the grand vision of things appeal to people way more, as well as the known. You know, when a lot of people are growing up, they want to be an astronaut, they want to go to Mars, they want to see these things. So I understand why it's done this way. I just think it's a stupid idea, typically. Even if you wanted to start with like a small country, I still think that would be way too big. But you're doing the whole of Mars, and I don't think anybody's clamoring for this realistically. I don't think gamers are thinking, oh man, I can't wait to own NFTs of Mars and you know, play a sandbox game on Mars. I have to wonder who you're making a game like this for. You know, unless it's an investment vehicle first and foremost, a speculation simulator, in which case, cool, congratulations, good luck. But if you are actually trying to make a video game, I don't think this is a good idea. I never am going to think it's a good idea. And every time somebody shows me one of these, I'm like, yeah, it's been done, and I've not heard any compelling arguments as to why it would be good or adopted by gamers. And obviously, when you tell me as a gamer,
your skill has
who also
increased,
has a lot of knowledge about cryptocurrency and things like this and in-game economies, you're going to tell me, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, you're a fossil, you don't know anything about Web3 and play to
your
earn,
skill
blah, blah,
has
blah.
increased.
If you're saying that to somebody who you think first and foremost is a gamer, you've really lost your footing in that argument, because you need people like me to think these are good ideas and play them. Otherwise, where the fuck is your target market? Where is your exit liquidity?
Your skill has
I'm gonna tell you
increased.
for a fact how this always goes. The first people to put money into these things are not gamers. They're not people who want to play the game. They're speculators. And those people will eventually abandon ship, whether they can get their money out, whether they can make a profit, or maybe they hold it into the long term. Eventually they're going to want a return on that investment, as would the private equity. And if you have nobody to sell to other than more speculators, that's a death spiral. Eventually that goes away. People start dumping, especially when there's negative sentiment or anything like that, as you can see from the negative 99.83% return
your skill
on
has
investment.
increased.
If you're not bringing in fresh blood with gamers, then your game is nothing. It's dead. It's dead on arrival. So yeah, I always get confused by the criticism of like, you're a gamer, you don't know what you're talking about. Well, if
your
that's
skill has
stance,
increased,
then good luck operating a game for gamers. But yeah, thanks for watching as always. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. And if you did, you can support me further by watching other videos or buying gamer subs. Anime girl thigh, focus camera. There you go.
your skill has
Anime
increased.
girl thigh. What other flavors do we have on the desk? Sour apple. This one's actually a super banger. Do love those sour flavors. You can buy those and more. They even do noodles now. They do sus snacks, which are like cereal bars. They do noodles. They do apparel, merch. I've got a hat somewhere. I don't know where it is. And you can buy it with a discount at the link in the video description. If you do, you support me. I get a kickback on whatever you spend. You get a think it's like 10, 15, 20%. I can't remember how much of a discount. But either way, the new season's starting soon, I think, with new Shaker Cups, new Waifu Cups. And you can buy those. So thanks for watching as always. Watch the
Your skill has
new channel
increased.
about Magic the Gathering, link in video description. And see you next time. Peace.
Everyone acts differently when nobody's looking. The fact that no one will know makes us comfortable and allows us to entertain all sorts of absurd thoughts and activities. But what happens if someone spends years or even decades without engaging meaningfully with another person? What sort of dark recesses and warped beliefs does their mind access if they feel nobody cares either way? That's what we'll discover by learning the grim story of Randy Stair, a man whose isolation led to a bizarre obsession with Danny Phantom fan characters and ultimately a massacre. This is the Danny Phantom Killer.
24-year-old Randy Stair.
YouTube videos of Stair preparing for the attack.
It's fate. It's destiny.
Your skill has increased.
It's me, Randy Stair.
What happened? What the fuck happened, man? I swear to goddess.
Every time I get to look at the clock, I always see her.
I got it! 2 Mossberg 500 shotguns!
Your skill has increased.
If you're watching this, I'm dead. I'm sorry.
I hate that fucking song. Oh, I sure the people suck so bad.
Very little is known about Randy's personal life other than what he said about it himself. In a way, this is revealing. Until the very last moments of his life, no one cared about his story enough to document it. And even then, people were only sharing what he chose to publish online. Not that he's deserving of attention given his heinous crime, but it's worth noting that negligence is a motif that punctuates his entire life. One of the documents he eventually posted online focused on providing information on his early years. In his own words, born in 1992, Randy was his parents' first child, and 2 years later, they had his brother. He decidedly doesn't go into detail about his parents, neglecting to even name them, which, as we'll glean later, is a subtle sign of his disdain for them, struggling to acknowledge their relevance in his coming to be. His mom had a background in nursing and had been working as a biomedical equipment technician for a general hospital for about half a decade by the time Randy was born. In a very strange coincidence, her name is the exact same name as the mother of Joe Stair, who was not only a student at Columbine, but the founder of the Trenchcoat Mafia, a group which the perpetrators of that particular crime are frequently, and wrongly, thought to be members of. His father, on the other hand, was a store manager for the Wise chain of supermarkets, a fact we'll come back to later due to its relation to the crime Randy eventually committed. Randy recalls that, for as long as he can remember, he's always been very shy, crying profusely due to feeling lost and helpless when his parents left him at school, and either looking down or straight up at the ceiling whilst walking into classrooms to avoid making eye contact with anybody. He specifies that this wasn't because he hated people, but because he disliked being noticed. He conjures a memory of a play his class put on in preschool, and during it, he stood in the back of the stage with his back facing the audience, zoning out whilst trying to take his mind off the situation he was in. As time progressed, he discovered himself completely unable to relate to any of his classmates, confused about how they could interact so easily, as if they already knew each other for years. Meanwhile, he sat by himself near the teacher, crying whenever he had a group project. Eventually, he did make some friends, but never got to hang out with them outside of school, being too scared to call them. As a matter of fact, he was hesitant to even call his grandmother, fearing his grandfather would pick up instead. The first sad memory he can remember is when one of the very few friends he had at the time, Michael, had to move away in first grade. He explains that he didn't even know him very well, but it's as if the feelings of being lost and abandoned he experienced when his parents first put him in school resurfaced. Soon he met another friend, one he credits with making him the person he eventually became. His name was Matthew, and for the first time, Randy felt he shared interests with someone else. Matthew was into football and recording with video cameras, both of which were hobbies of Randy's during elementary school. The two began recording homemade movies and parodies of films they'd watched. Footage from this period, when Randy and Matt were 10 to 12 years old, has been archived and published by Randy.
It is a blizzard out here. It is so cold that you can get so hyper and go like, this is a great day for snow. Most likely there's not going to be...
To see Randy just being an innocent kid, having fun in his backyard, is probably one of the darkest facets of this entire story, knowing who this kid would become. For most of his time at school, Matt was Randy's only significant friend. Even after he stopped participating in the home videos Randy was becoming increasingly obsessed with. However, their friendship severely slowed down and eventually ended in 9th grade when Matt got a girlfriend, severely limiting their time together. Though Randy specifies that he wasn't romantically in love with Matt, he became angry that the girl was more important to Matt than he was, and once once again, he felt abandoned. According to Randy, he had an easier time making friends with his brother's classmates, who were all 2 years younger than him, than his own peers. The only other friend mentioned by Randy in his document is James, whom he met right as his friendship with Matt was dissipating. James was also interested in filmmaking and was responsible for introducing Randy to YouTube and motivating him to make his own content. Ever since
Why does this sound so gay? The whole thing sounds sort of gay.
He was very little. Randy became acutely
Notice that no women ever enter into this story. I love the fact that if anyone were ever tell a story about my life, it would be full of women. I mean, it is. It's always been full of women. Ton of female influence and all this. Like lots of women in my life, in my circle, all that stuff.
Your skill has increased.
aware of how his friends watched cartoons and how cartoons were culturally ingrained in everyone's minds. As he grew up and began trying to idealize what he wished to be, a frequent thought he had was that he wished to be a cartoon character in the way that they were admired and watched by many. Maybe, just maybe, posting to YouTube would give him the kind of attention he was after, so he began posting to the platform. In June of 2008, when he was 16 years old, he created the YouTube account called Pioneers Productions. Randy had actually already been recording videos for 2 years prior under the name of Point2122, but they weren't really formatted in any way. Over the course of 2 years, he transitioned from plainly recording life events like the flood at his grandma's place or him and his friends playing dodgeball to mimicking the kind of content that was successful on YouTube at the time. In one of the earliest Pioneers Productions videos, called Randy on Christmas, Randy can be seen wearing a Fred t-shirt. The very first YouTube channel to get 1 million subs was actually Fred, whose videos consisted of a middle schooler doing very rudimentary sketches with his voice pitched up. Its success is partly due to it being the first channel to capitalize on the kids browsing YouTube at the time, one of which happened to be Randy. Being enamored with the format, his earliest stuff is structured very similarly. Another admitted influence and inspiration during this time was Angry Video Game Nerd, which was evident given the introduction of extensive curse words in the videos. The videos from this era are pretty uneventful in and of themselves. Randy was just oscillating between conventional skits and mimicking the popular YouTubers he liked. While his online presence was pretty run-of-the-mill for a kid his age, his internal life was changing radically. As he himself put it, "I've been attracted to girls since I was in late 9th or the very start of 10th grade, around 2009. I've never once been into guys, so I'm thankfully not bisexual." That would suck being
the only reason you're
10th
talking
grade was when
about
I
this
really
is
grew
because
fond of
you
wearing
are.
female clothes. Of course, being in a house
I've
with
never
only
even
one brother and
mentioned
a
a
father,
statement
I had to
like
start
that.
wearing my mom's
Not even
clothes. It
close.
felt so wrong, but I became obsessed with wearing a bra, especially after the Ember phase started in 2010, which obviously was never a phase. Quite often, when I had the house to myself, I'd either A, film a YouTube video, or B, cross-dress. I must have been a master at putting things back exactly how they were, because my mom never once said anything. I just became obsessed with fantasizing about girls in 10th and 11th grade, and the hormones were impossible to ignore. I jerked off in class a total of 4 to 6 times.
What?
It wasn't easy, but I would keep my hand in my pocket and go to town slowly for sometimes as long as 25 to 40 minutes until, lo and behold, there was success. I remember I did it in my 11th grade history class and my first period ecology
I'm sure
class.
this happens
I wouldn't
all
recommend
the
that,
time.
but when you're horny, you're horny. It was rare, but I even tried on my brother's girlfriend's jean shorts once while on vacation in June 2010. Anyone who's anyone can say, "Oh, Andrew's a fucking pedophile." It's called discovering yourself. It's not a
Pedophile.
crime. Do I go
What?
around stealing girls' clothes to wear? No, I don't. I don't tie them up in my basement either. But words cannot even remotely describe
This is
my
creeping
love.
me out a little bit. We're just gonna get away from his like whole manifesto, and I don't really.
He
need
still
this.
had at school began disintegrating as middle school ended and high school began. By high school,
It
I
got
just
pretty
stopped
sick
trying
and
to make
weird by the end
friends.
of it.
The whole grade knew me, but I was just there. I'd get picked on now and then, like hiding my backpack, my books, stealing my pencils, stealing my book book covers, minor stuff. Never got into fights, but I ended up being in front of 2 of them in middle school. Obviously, my YouTube videos gained more respect from my class in 11th or 12th grade, but I was still just there. I've hated people my entire life. I didn't just wake up one day and start hating people. Middle school was when I really started to heat up and envision hurting the people in my class, such as Eric. In 6th to 8th grade, the kid was twice my size. He looked like a 9th or 10th grader. He was the class bully. He'd steal things from my lunch and then give it back because I didn't show any resistance. This kid doesn't even care, haha, he joked. Since I was never a threat to him, he left me alone most of the time. Fortunately, no one ever physically assaulted me in school. Only time that I ever came close to a physical fight was this black kid, Jordan. Kept making sexual verbal gestures in my computer class, touching my workspace, keyboard, mouse, etc., and eventually caused me to fall out of my chair and onto the hard tiled floor. I couldn't even speak, I was so enraged. That was in 2009. I was just too much of a wimp to speak my mind and stand up for myself between 9th and 11th grade. There was a lot on my mind in high school, and bullies were at the bottom of the list. You always have weak, stupid shit like that happening every day, but it added to the rage. High school, more than anything, was full of nothing but sex jokes and innuendo to get under your skin. If I had $1 for all the times I was put on the spot to be made uncomfortable by someone with sex jokes, I'd be rich. I hated high school, yet I miss it a lot. I don't miss the tests, but I miss the bubble we all used to live under. In one of the videos he published later, he elaborated on this topic.
I still got through, you know, middle school and elementary school and all that, but once I got into high school, it just became endurance.
Really
That's
weird.
what it felt like to me. I just did not want to.
He looks like a sociopath to me.
I wasn't living.
Nope.
I feel like I never lived, and I didn't want to either. That was the other thing.
Nope.
I thought about suicide in high school. That's when it really started entering my mind like a lot, and I just like started to grow like attached to like darker stuff. The thing that really started
Your skill
to push
has
it was, like,
increased.
when I started doing bad on all my
You're
tests.
just a
got
dweeb,
bad
dude.
grades
You'll
and had to
do
be tutored
fine
and
in
started
college.
to prepare for college and having no idea what I wanted to do. And it was in 2010 when I really legit started to think about doing it, because I didn't want to go to college. I didn't want to get a job. I didn't want to live on anymore.
Despite the internal struggle Randy was suffering from during this time, his online presence continued. As I mentioned, he did begin to curse a lot during videos, but given the popularity of channels like Smosh, Tourette's Guy, and the aforementioned ABGN, during this time it was extremely commonplace. As far as Randy's viewers and friends were concerned, nothing had really changed. In March 2009, his channel was actually commented on by Fred himself. If his passion for producing video content wasn't enough, being recognized by one of the people he idolized at the time, even if just in a meager YouTube comment, definitely gave him the validation he needed to dedicate himself to becoming a full-time content creator. His online presence immediately spread out to other websites, and while we don't have any remains of his activity on sites like MySpace and Justin TV, which is what Twitch used to be called, we do have an archived version of his Twitter from around this time. On it, he exclusively talks about making his videos and following the Dallas Cowboys, one of his longest obsessions, as seen in many videos he recorded in his basement, where the walls are covered in Cowboys memorabilia.
Favorite football team?
Cowboys.
This clip is from an interview he gave to another small channel in the latter half of 2009. Around the same time, Randy was a part of another channel called Fat Ass, an obviously jackass-inspired stunt and challenge channel. This channel seems to have been preserved in its entirety and is still up on YouTube as of writing this video. 2010 started out with Randy emulating another of his early YouTube influences, Make Me Bad 35, particularly his Mr. Wooden Alligator video, which Randy reproduced almost verbatim, but with a toy horse head on a stick, which he called Mr.
Your
Horsehead.
skill has increased.
After a few attempts at engaging with Make Me Bad 35 by making compilations and edits of his videos, he eventually got his attention. The two then made a collaboration video called Mr. Horsehead Meets Mr. Wooden Alligator, which was edited and posted by Randy.
Well, it isn't my problem that you lost your precious toy. Oh God, I see him! He's on my face!
Due to how big Make Me Bad 35 was on YouTube at the time, despite the abysmal quality of the video itself, within 3 months, the video had over 50,000 views. While not really huge, it wasn't insignificant by any means, especially for a YouTube channel as small as Randy's. As of November that year, he was on his way to 7,000 subs. Despite having taken a step toward his ultimate goal of becoming a YouTuber, the many issues present in his personal life continued to flare up. It's at this point that Randy becomes infatuated with Ember McLean. Ember is an antagonist from Danny Phantom, who, after tragically passing away in a fire, comes back as a ghost rock star that uses music to hypnotize people. She's pretty obscure, only appearing in 10 out of the 54 episodes of the show, but regardless, from the very moment Randy saw her as a little kid watching the cartoon, he claims he felt a spiritual connection with her that he couldn't quite explain. Over the years, it slowly faded into the back of his mind.
You don't have a spirit animal in a cartoon character. You're just a cartoon character.
spirits that she violently resurfaces, bringing with her a whole set of interests.
You understand? You're not akin to a cartoon character. You're just a cartoon character.
And passions, albeit things that were not, violently resurfaces, bringing with her a whole set of interests and passions, albeit things that were not very good for Randy. The movies he listed as his favorites on his YouTube channel.
You know, it's weird. After like coming, I didn't watch YouTube my whole life. Like I did, but I didn't like spend a lot of time there. You know, I watched some YouTube, yes, but I did not like watch it like a lot of it. When I finally came to and I saw what everybody watched all this time, that I sort of ignored it, I began to understand that I had big boy problems and a lot of my peers didn't. I had big boy problems that I expected everybody else to have. I have big boy problems, you know? I think these people don't. I think they make most of their own problems for themselves. It's weird. I always had the system after me. I don't know, I don't know. Like, I couldn't act like this without getting my ass beat, you know? Like, you know, like, it was kind of rough a bit back then. There was like cliques, and you had to be a part of one, and you know, so it was kind of like a little gangy a little bit. There was a lot of stuff that these idiots do that I just wouldn't have had the social leeway to do.
Your skill has increased.
He missed the Q. He doesn't have Seda. No, that's alright. He can just meditate and Q again. It's good.
Exclusively horror movies, and his music taste also fits the bill for an angsty teenager developing an interest in edgy media. However, the truth was much more...
Listen to this fucking list of poser bands. Avenged Sevenfold, Queensryche, Boston, The Beatles, Korn, Disturbed, Iron Maiden, and Alice in Chains, and Raunchy, whatever that is. I don't even know what that is. So, I don't know. Some of it's good. I like that he mentioned the Beatles and Alice in Chains and Korn and stuff, but overall here, and I like Avenged Sevenfold. So he had like halfway good taste, but the other stuff is like, it's like you can tell he picked the bands off the metal station, you know? You can tell his whole life was the metal station, though, which is annoying. You know, and for a time, my life was like that, too. But, also, I don't know. It wasn't like that entirely, though. You know, this guy's, like... He listed Last House on the Left under his favorite fucking movies. Fuck Last House on the Left. That's like one of the worst movies ever fucking made. And trust me, I like that guy as much as anybody else. Who is that? It's either Wes Craven or the other guy. I forget his name, but Last House on the Left was fucking terror bad. Fucking a movie about rape, basically.
For an angsty teenager developing an interest in edgy media. However, the truth was much more disturbing.
This is when the whole Ember thing started, which you may or may not know what I'm talking about yet. But if you watch my cartoons, I've told you about her before. Like, if you look on the poster behind me, those were inspired by Ember McLean, which is a ghost from a TV show called Danny Phantom. This woman always connected with me ever since I first saw her.
You're
Something
just a
changed.
psycho, dude.
And it wasn't like I grew up or anything like that. Like I realized, oh my gosh,
No, I
I'm
don't think you
attracted to
did.
girls and all this. No, it just something changed. It was like a spark, and it just connected with me. It made me feel warm inside, and it felt very familiar, which was strange.
Only
It was like I'd
psychos
seen her
talk
before.
like you.
And at the time, I was like 13. I just grew attached to her, unlike anything I ever have in my life. It was like my first crush, and it's a cartoon. You know, it's kind of crazy to think of it that way, but
It
that's
is.
the truth. And whenever I like started feeling down and depressed, I thought of this character. Like in later high school is when she started to come back into my life. Like you know, I watched Danny Phantom in middle school, late middle school, early high school, but then I kind of drifted away from it. And once 12th grade rolled around is when I started to get, you know, depressed and venture off into this darker area, and this girl was just there all the time when I got into that darker place. And the character's backstory was she died in a house fire, and she made this song called Remember. It's a song that basically sums up her death, and I couldn't stop playing it. It like hypnotized me. It changed me.
After his interest in Ember resurfaced during the 12th grade, it went away almost completely as he graduated high school in 2011. As he mentioned in his diary, despite how much he was suffering during it, he ended up missing high school a lot. Perhaps the only reason his suffering was so noticeable while he was there was the fact that being at school contrasted his negative internal state with other people who weren't going through the same issues he was. At home, there was simply no standard to judge, but he was still dealing with the very same problems, just without showing symptoms. Randy describes graduation as a very positive experience, as it's almost as if missing high school gave him something real to yearn for, consequently sapping the hold his obsession with Ember had over him.
Today is graduation day. It's just, I can't believe how fast these past 13 years went. It's like, oh my god, it's over.
Randy eventually referred to this period in 2010, during which his Ember mania was at an all-time high, as the darkest days of his life, and the beginning
you
of
were
freshman
kind of a
year in
putz,
college
dude.
in 2011 as the best year
But I
of
mean,
his
that's
life
what's
overall.
that's what being
Oddly,
in your
it's
20s
almost
is
like
like,
he acknowledges that his fascination with Ember isn't good for him, and it's just a
No,
result
it's
of
not good for
uncontrolled
you.
negative emotions. He all but says he'd rather live the normal
It's
life
the
he
only
got to
girl
briefly
that'll talk
experience
to
in
you.
2011, before ultimately rationalizing his fixation on Ember as something inevitable that he simply has no chance of stopping. On YouTube, he attempted a few times to recapture the spark from Mr. Horsehead videos, but to
Your
no
skill
avail.
has
It was
increased.
clear that the only reason the first video got traction was because of Make Me Bad's appearance in it, so much so that another video on Randy's channel, in which he's apparently interviewing him, was his second most viewed video at 14,000 views. Unfortunately though, I wasn't able to find an archived version of that video. There's not a lot of archived activity dated to 2011, but we do have a video he made in June of that year to celebrate the 3-year anniversary of his channel, wherein he tells his audience about his journey to having 8,000 subscribers. Apparently, his usual sketch content had actually given way to regular vlogging, and we know this not because of an archived snapshot of his channel from this time period, but because Ray William Johnson, of all people, said so. After reacting to a video of a guy being run over by 2 cars, he specifies that this took place in the driveway of Randy's grandpa.
A couple of interesting things about this. One, the kid who originally posted this actually vlogs regularly on YouTube, which usually isn't the case for people who post these videos. And good for him, you know? Someone gets hurt in his grandpa's yard and he's like, F it, I'm gonna post this shit on YouTube right next to my blog.
It's very disturbing to think about how many well-known internet personalities unwittingly became a part of the digital footprint of someone like Randy Stair. As 2011 came to an end, so did the best time of his life. The excitement of having overcome several of his fears regarding entering adult life was wearing off, and Randy started to hear the call of the void once again. On February 13th, Randy wakes up and goes to attend his classes at college just like any regular Monday. As he leaves algebra class and makes his way to his car in the parking lot, he gets a phone call from his mother. She tells him an acquaintance of his from high school, Tom, was driving to school that morning when he lost control of the vehicle and was killed in a car crash. This was Randy's reaction, in his own words. It forever left a depressing void in my heart. I barely spoke to the kid, but I knew him. Everyone knew him. Within a few minutes, I was just numb. I sat there in the parking lot in my green Nissan Altima and just was in complete shock. Not freaking out, just pale, numb, miles away. I hardly knew the kid, but only being a grade ahead of him, it really hit me hard. My brother was a wreck since he was in the same grade as him, knowing him his whole life. I would have worked with him at McDonald's had I not quit after only a day. I remember Tom saw me in Flex, which was an end-of-the-day activity period, and said, "Why'd you quit?" It was my first job, and obviously McDonald's isn't a great start. But that conversation stuck with me. That may have been the last time I saw him. He was in a history class with me, but that might have been 11th grade. It's a blur. Tom's death was the first of many events that changed me into who I am today. Tom's death sucked the life out of me. I've kind of made it an annual tradition to drive past Tom's crash site every February 13th, and today I did. He wrecked on the final turn that leads to a highway, was coming from a back road. I'll never forget it, and never truly will move on from it.
He
This is probably one of the
death.
focal points of his story, since there are many aspects
He fetishized
to examine
his
here.
friend's
For one,
death.
after quite some time of being fascinated with dark
'Cause
things,
he's a
this is the very
psycho.
first instance of being truly close to death, and a particularly unusual one at that.
Your
Tom was
skill
a
has
year younger
increased.
than him, driving himself to school exactly like Randy did, when
And he
all of a
just died in
sudden
a
he
car
died.
crash,
Part of
yeah.
why this was so impactful for Randy
Yeah,
was
and then he
precisely
just
because he
got
wasn't
stuck on
close to
it.
Tom, and because of this, his grief didn't express as intense.
It's all obsession. If you want to know why they go so crazy like this, it's all obsession. So he obsesses over his friend's death. He obsesses over the cartoon character girl. He obsesses over the girls that don't talk to him. He just obsesses over his own, like, he fetishizes his own sadness and, like. Now, I find myself wanting to do stuff like this. I get it. But usually there's actually a cause. It's not like I go looking for those things. It's like, God damn it. Like, you know. And I see someone here who's like looking for it. He's like looking for it.
Your skill has increased.
I was not happy when I lost my friends. I was not happy when I was an addict. I was not happy when I was a criminal. You know, there was times when, you know, like I felt like, I don't know, the struggle of
Your
like
skill
real
has
life
increased.
had actually governed my life, and these people seem like they made their own problems up for themselves. But maybe I'm just being
Your
sort of,
skill has increased.
like, dismissive. You are not paying attention. Oh, you caught it though. Nice. $204, not bad, not bad.
Your skill has increased. 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 Your skill has increased.
It killed it.
sorrow, but a kind of numbness. Randy already struggled very strongly with the idea of growing old and becoming like his parents, so when he envisioned his future, the only thing he could see past his 20s was an untimely, abrupt passing, like Tom's. He expresses this in another passage of his diary. I knew in 2012 I'd be dead by 2018. When discussing this time period on video, he elaborated on how he reacted to Tom's passing.
From that point on, I was just fascinated by death. I was always like interested in like learning about the afterlife and what could happen and all this, but I wasn't like a dark kid at that time. I was still like, I was kooky, I was doing my own thing with my YouTube videos, and I wasn't miserable, I wasn't upset, I wasn't depressed. I was just like, ugh, you know, I just gotta get through this year, and then I'm gonna take my major classes in college, and everything's gonna be all honky-dory, and things are gonna be fun and awesome, and it'll lead to new, bigger, and better things and all this. And then once that happened, something just went in my head. It hit like so close to home. Like I never dealt with anyone who was, you know, a year younger than me dying, you know, and everyone deals with it in their own way.
Wow.
But I just couldn't get it off my mind after that, and I started over-analyzing the living hell out of it. And I had Tom on my Facebook at the time too, so you know, I started seeing all the stuff that got posted around the Dallas community.
Your skill has
Facebook,
increased,
and I couldn't get away from it all, and I just kept getting sucked into it all. And I just wanted to know everything about it. I wanted to know what killed him. I wanted to know how fast he was going. I wanted to know if he died at the scene or at the hospital. I wanted to know everything.
Why? It's because you fixate. You're obsessed because there was nothing really in your life. There was nothing really in your life, you know? So you just fixate on anything that's entertaining at all. And that sucks. You need to fill your life with something more meaningful. You should have taken your studies somewhere more interesting. You should have done something. Like, I always knew I wanted to be something truly great all my life, you know? And I just kept pushing and learning and writing and go to poetry fucking competitions and be a lead singer. All that stuff. I just can't relate. It sucks when you're a triple A personality or whatever, and you just, or you're a type A personality, you just don't really understand. You don't understand. Like, I had obsessions over death and problems like that and stuff too, but like, I didn't wallow in it for a long time. I had sorrow and sadness and depression for a long time, but I mean, I watched my ex-girlfriend shoot up Hep C and HIV in front of me. My friend shot his father and then himself. Homelessness on the street. A man tried to kill me. 2 years in the madhouse. And it's not like I went looking for those fucking things. I didn't ask for any of that. And I didn't want it. And I still don't want it. And it fucked me up. Nice, I got to 32 in here. Increased. 32, I think, or 33. 33. That's good, because that's that'll last me for a while as a BST sub. I can use my club in BST party with some good So, but like, you know, when you have nothing, when you're from the middle class, I feel like really what it is these people are just ignored by their parents. My parents, I would have been so lucky. I never would have been able to ignore my parents, I think, probably like this person did. Like, I don't know, like, should have just used the weapon skill. That's far too long. That's your whole window. Now you missed it. What did you learn? I'm so mean.
Everything. Was he cremated? Was he buried? And it just one thing kept leading to another and to.
I remember when my friend Jenna's mom went off a fucking side of a mountain. There was a point where I lost the love of my life and I attempted suicide. That was fucked up when I was a drug addict and I was just done with life. Listening to Elliott Smith every day and totally fucked up over, like, the love of my life. It just, like, moved away suddenly. I had her since she was 6.
Your skill has increased.
Had her around since I was 16 years old, and then we were, like, 24 or something like that. And after 8 years of solid, just, she was in my life as my best friend every single day. She was just gone. She was ready to move on with her life. She was done with college and high school, and I lost my best friend. That shit fucked me up. I was in love with her, too. I was in love with my best friend, and it was a disaster. It was a disaster. I asked her to marry me in a fucking Vegas hotel room. I came back, I was wrecked, and I just killed myself. I tried to kill myself anyways. I was just fucked up. I was like, I lost the love of my life. I'll never see her again. I was so fucked up. I'm still sort of fucked up over it. All her best friends were all my best friends, and we were all wrecked. When she left Denver, our whole crew was like hollowed out from the inside, and we just stumbled around drug addict-y. And she knew that we were all wrecked after she left. She was like the core of our entire fucking group, and yeah, it just sucked. Suck, you know? That bee is loud. Gotta go pull Liz, yep. And so it's like, you know, and like, what else? My best friend was raped by my best friend's girlfriend was raped by the computer teacher. And we broke into the school, and I was expelled from high school. You know what I'm saying? I did go, I mean, that was a problem. I did go looking for her, but I mean, we were kind of fucked up a little bit. We were fucked up over that one. Like, that kind of fucked us up a bit. Like, it was like kind of fucked up. Like, they shut our school down for that for 2 months when they busted our fucking computer teacher for stat rape. It was disgusting, and you know, it was just weird. Netero. Was fun. Warrior left. And like, I fetishized my sadness like him. But I mean, my friends knew. They'd take me down to the fucking bar, they'd buy me a shot and a brew, and I would just start crying. And I'd be like, I lost B, I lost M, I lost A. I would just sit there and list off the fucking names. I'd be like, fucking A, we're like what's going on? We lost everybody. B is gone, A is an addict, I'm an addict, Jay's an addict. I mean, it just goes on. It was just so bad. It's like all my friends were addicts or dead. It was so fucked up. Like, I don't know. Like, and I'm sure everybody goes through this, you know. But like these were like a lot of them were my family. I've got one surviving family member. This was like my family. I lost a bunch of my family. It was so fucked up. high-speed chase, fucking 2 years of fucking bullshit, deferred adjudicated felony bullshit in the drug court when I was a teenager, when I was 17. That was a disaster. Almost lost my first girlfriend over that one. Bullshit like that. And I listened to this kid whine about his friend dying in a car crash, and it's like, yeah, I understand, and I'm not trying to downplay a victim shame or something. Like, I'm sorry you lost your friend. You have a lot of sympathy to me. But like, god damn it, man. By the time I was your age, we had like 5 stories like that. All of them really bad. 2 of them shut our school down for like longer than a month. You know, 2 of them on 2 different separate occasions. Just in my school, bad drama and stuff that happened. Shut our school down for longer than a month. You know what I'm saying? I was so pissed at my school, I broke in. I caught a fucking expel over that. I got expelled over that. I got expelled from my school. It was so fucked up. I was so pissed at my school. There's a bunch of fucked up shit going on. A bunch of my friends, I don't know, I mean, I can't even talk about it now these days. Yeah, he has, I forgot, I have Berserk now, yeah. And Yonin. Yeah, I forget all about Yonin. Yeah. Just weird. Ninja didn't really have it. You can, yeah, yeah, that's fine.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
To another and to another, but I just kept that all to myself. I didn't ask anybody this stuff. I didn't want to go like to that extreme of asking details like that, because that's not right. I just kept going into this dark place, and I liked it. I wasn't afraid of it. I liked it. I enjoyed it. It felt natural to me. But as the year went on, I sort of kind of dug myself out of the little hole.
Your
that
skill
I
has
dug,
increased.
I got back on track. Sure, my grades plummeted at the time, but I still managed to pass everything somehow.
Again, not a lot of content has been specifically dated to 2012, and it's difficult to tell when an archive video is from based on how Randy looks alone. However, he once again celebrated his channel's anniversary in June, which is tail-ended by a montage of the videos he had uploaded in the past year.
So now you gotta open your creaking door again, step on the duck again, and walk back again, and step on the duck again, and close your creaking door again. But oh, you forgot to take your contacts out.
Other than the horsehead-related videos, his content seemed much better compared to the previous years, at least judging from what we can see in the montage. He was even the subject of yet another interview by a small YouTube channel. Obviously, these standards during that era weren't as high as they are now, but even still, if you showed people some of this stuff and told them that Randy was a mid-sized YouTuber from 2012, they wouldn't really doubt it, especially considering how many people in the early 2010s were basically angry video game nerd clones and developed sizable audiences doing it. There's a slightly noticeable increase in violent themes, but still nothing to be concerned about. Even with what had happened to Tom earlier that year, he not only managed to behave normally, but actually dedicated some energy to the videos he was uploading. An entry in his diary reflects this. By fall 2012, I was back to myself again and made two of my favorite YouTube videos, A Furby's Calling and Crazy Christmas Maniac. If ever there was a crossroads moment for Randy, it was 2012. Tom's passing was rough on him, but for the time being, he looks like he was heading in the right direction, focusing on his videos while going through college without relapsing into his Ember obsession. Things looked good. But odds are you already know how this story ends, so you know this grace period didn't last. In December 2012, much to Randy's chagrin, the year ended the same way it began, with the death of someone he knew. In his diary, he said that Tom's death sucked the life out of him, but the death of another friend of his, Matt, was what killed him. In his college's video production class, he and Matt were part of a little friend group, and though they didn't really do anything outside of work together on projects at school, Randy appreciated his company quite a bit, especially since after leaving high school, he had very few friends he was still in touch with, let alone people willing to cooperate with him on video projects. Matt, along with their mutual friends, even started watching Randy's YouTube content, liked it, and shared it on his social media accounts, which made Randy very happy. As the year went by, they grew closer together, a sign that whatever social stability Randy had previously found in his life, he was on his way to get there once again. That is, until the holiday break. Within 2 weeks of the break having started, Matt was also involved in a car crash that led to his death. The accident took place just a mile and a half away from the Wise supermarket that Randy was working at, and he caught wind of it while he was there, hearing some of the customers talk about some kid who died in a car crash. The only thing is, no one ever mentioned his name, and Randy had the custom of not speaking to his friends online, so for the entire holiday break, Randy didn't actually know that Matt had died. It was only 3 days after school had started back up that, during one of his script writing classes, the instructor took him aside before a 9 a.m. class and asked him if he'd ever heard about Matt. Initially, he was clueless and presumed nothing serious had happened, that Matt had just broken a bone or something like that. But, as the teacher informed him, something much worse had happened.
She talked to me for like a few minutes, and I'm just like, yeah, I had no idea. And she's like, yeah, it was on the news and all this, and that was it.
Your skill has increased.
That was the moment that everything changed, and I was never the same since. Literally, something just short-circuited in my head. Something completely broke.
Something
shut
did.
Down.
Something broke in your head. Yep.
Me up.
Well,
At
not
least you're
exactly the
self-aware.
straw that broke the camel's back. Matt's
It
death
happens to
set
people.
something in motion that Randy wasn't
You're
even
also
aware.
not special. This happens all the time. It's called obsession. It's obsession and neuroticism and all types of stuff, phobias and stuff, adding all into a general malaise. It's a lot of stuff. You aren't alone. You needed a therapist and you didn't get one. Where's mommy and daddy? No complaints here. I like the XP. Yep, it's good for me. Yeah, this will be nice. This will last until 70, level 70. And then I'll have to come back and do this when I'm 70. That's nice. Get off the B. Yeah, there we go.
Your skill has increased.
I'm just gonna dump them. That's fine.
Of at the time. Interestingly enough, Randy says that he was always wary of the number 13, believing that it was, as common superstition says, an unlucky number. His skepticism regarding the number was all but confirmed when 2013 went on to be the worst year of his life, according to his own estimation. During the same year, his grandfather died, the yard caved in and flooded his basement, which had many of Randy's old stuff in it. Soon after, he totaled his car, and just 10 days later, his brother Jeremy also totaled his car. Randy's parents let him drive their Jeep, and he also came very close to wrecking it in the snow and hitting a tree. Lastly, his iMac, graphics card, and hard drive all fried, which cost him $700 to fix and severely hindered his ability to make and post videos. One of his very last normal hobbies. The walls were closing in on Randy, and quickly at that. The result of this incessant sequence of catastrophic events made Randy severely depressed, leading him to not even want to get out of bed in the morning, let alone go to college or work at the Wise supermarket. The only thing he still felt remotely good about was making YouTube videos, but he was finding it increasingly difficult to get into the zany mind space he needed to be in order to make the kind of videos he'd been making for the past half a decade now. His channel and general online presence continued to be relatively normal, even doing some Let's Plays, which thankfully have been archived.
Finally got the full game to work on a Mac, the original Five Nights at Freddy's.
Also, at some point in 2013, he sent something to Markiplier that Mark actually opened.
It's a Slendy Man shot glass. I won't even bother taking it out. Now, here we go. Hi, Mark. I've been watching your videos ever since I came across your Slender Elementary video back in November, and I was hooked. I think it's great you use your audience for good, raising money for charity. Here's something to give you a chuckle. Take care from Randy Stair, Pioneers Productions. Bing. Thank you so much for the shot glass.
Regardless, whatever external positivity presented itself to him during this time, it didn't change how he felt overall. And that's when Ember came back into his life. Many people have made jokes about how Sonichu is actually a demonic entity that torments Chris Chan. But if there ever was a candidate for a mentally unstable person's healthy obsession actually being a demon, it's Ember. Right at the lowest point of his life, when he could hardly muster the energy to get up in the morning, he feels tempted and compelled to look up her song from the Danny Phantom show, Remember, and the full brunt of the obsession overtakes him like never before. Paradoxically, despite repeatedly acknowledging how bad he felt and how depressed he was, he occasionally describes it as if this was good. I don't want to work anymore. I don't want to deal with anyone anymore. The 2013 curse is a hell of a strong one. I never thought one bad year would linger 3 years later, but the thing is, I like it. I love it. I love the darkness, the sadness, the abyss of it all. Sinking into the depths of the dead, it's literally a drug. I won't fight it because it's where I belong.
There, he's being honest.
I love it. He further
there,
explained
he's being
how
honest
he
there.
felt in his goodbye video.
I played the song pretty much every single day of my life and just fell down a hole of deep, dark depression and despair and nothingness into an abyss of just darkness. I can't even explain it. And every day, it just got that a little bit darker. From that point forward until the day I died. And I liked it. That was probably the scariest part for everybody else was I liked it. I liked this dark place. It wasn't scary to me. It felt natural to me. It was home for me.
Along with Ember, another compulsion of his came back with a vengeance, cross-dressing.
The more I wore girl clothes, the more I felt like that was who I was. Like I felt like I was a girl, and I found out that I was. I was just a female soul trapped in a man's body my whole life, and I couldn't tell you guys that because then that would lead to never-ending jokes, and you can't live your life like that.
You are not trans.
And I wanted to get sex change operations and everything. I really honestly did, but I knew it wasn't smart to do because it ruins your whole life if it's botched or if it goes wrong, and not everybody looks good after a sex change operation. And that's what I wanted to do, but I couldn't do it. And then I'm also like, well, yeah.
He does kind of have that vibe, actually. Maybe he should get a sex change. Yeah.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
I tried to stand.
Your skill has increased.
I just want to first vote, fuck it.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Yeah, but then that's not me, you know. I was put here in this body. I'm gonna have to live in this body until I die. That's how it was. I always felt like I was a girl.
Your skill has increased.
I did my best to hide it over the years, but I am.
As much as it's definitely true that the fear of being mocked or not accepted by his family and friends prevented him from telling them about how he felt, another thing can be gleaned from his unwillingness to go down that route, and that's his determinism. Probably as an extension of his obsession with death, Randy often expressed that he believed negative emotions and states of mind were simply inevitable. Because of this, in his opinion, they shouldn't be avoided but embraced. Likewise, in his eyes, death should be embraced. I'm not sure what exactly this is called, but it's not rare for people who have an intense and unhealthy fear of something to start actively seeking it out. Because we can interpret what we fear as challenges, it's only natural to voluntarily expose ourselves to them. That's why people do things like parachuting out of planes and riding roller coasters. However, this impulse toward what we fear can get out of hand and become self-destructive. For people with death anxiety, which Randy seems to suffer from,
I'm going to pause while these guys take a minute. I'm going to get something to eat. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Here, I can't type. Sorry guys, continue the
Visiting
video.
cemeteries and morgues may soothe their disorder because doing so gives them a feeling of power over it, taking away the mystique and consequently the anxiety from death. From Randy's diary, it seems very much to be the case that this is what motivated his obsession. I can't get death off my mind. It's on my mind at least 14 out of the 18 hours of my night. Death. The most beautiful, gorgeous, luscious thing about life. I can't emphasize how much death fascinates me. It's almost like an attraction, a sexual attraction. So many times in late elementary or middle school, I'd pray for the planes I traveled on to crash. Plane crashes are virtually insta-death. It never happened. I didn't want to go back to school or go back to work. Once I realized how the world works, I would either daydream in class about YouTube videos, girls, or death. To this day, those are still my big three. It never gets boring. I have fantasies of killing girls and laying them on top of me and fusing into their and uploading videos anymore by 2015. In January 2014, he released a video called Amnesia, which, at least insofar as the kind of themes it contains, is closer to the kind of darkness he espoused at the time. The plot of the video is basically that he gets hit in the head, loses his memory, and the toys he frequently employed as the co-stars of his videos decide to take advantage of his vulnerable state. However, without knowing about Randy's background, this video could easily be chalked up as just being in bad taste by a tone-deaf YouTuber looking for some attention. Strangely enough, in his diary, he describes how this video was somehow related to him realizing he wasn't gay, though he never elaborated on what this meant. As dark as that particular topic may be, it's clear that Randy is just playing it up for a funny video and isn't taking it too seriously. The real darkness comes at the very end, when, during its ending slate, we can see the shadow silhouette of what looks to be 5 embers. His secret obsession with the character finally began to bleed into facets of his regular life. While his watchers had no idea what they were looking at, this concept was dubbed Ember's Ghost Squad by Randy, or EGS for short. It's unknown how fleshed out the EGS idea was at this particular point, but I suppose it was enough that he felt confident putting it into his videos. Eventually, he said that he considered this video the first part of a 6-episode anthology project that was his life's magnum opus, but we'll get to that. The second video, of a total of just 4 videos he uploaded that entire year, was called Search for Remember, which Randy says was the ultimate cause of his demise. The story behind the video revolves around Remember, the song Ember sang in Danny Phantom. As Randy recounts, for a decade after the episode containing it aired, the only version available online was a very low-quality video with a mono mix on the audio. In a terrible instance of serendipity, someone discovered that its singer had it up in perfect quality on her portfolio website and made the mistake of sending it to Randy, not knowing what the ultimate ripple effect of their actions would be. Randy took to his alternate YouTube account, Worthless Toaster, to upload it to YouTube for the very first time, where it now stands at over 5 million views. Randy saw this as a sign of destiny, and Ember took over his entire life. In the same month, he made and published The Search for Remember, a short film wherein he was about to take himself out due to the song never being released, only to discover it in full quality and find a new meaning to his life. In essence, this video was autobiographical. Adding fuel to the flame, the singer not only watched this video, but liked it and added Randy on Facebook. I'm not sure how he didn't experience any dissonance, considering he was now interacting directly with the woman who voiced Ember, which obviously meant Ember wasn't real and just a cartoon character. Then again, considering how delusional he already was at this point, there's no point in really trying to pick it apart. Next up in his anthology was a video called Extinction, in which he exacts revenge for what his characters did to him in the previous video, supposedly because he lost his job over the video that was taken of the incident. The inclusion of losing his job as a part of the story isn't accidental at all. During this time, he struggled intensely with finding and holding down a job, and he left his part-time job at the supermarket. In his diary, he says, "By mid-2014, I didn't want to work anymore. I constantly envisioned hurting customers. In September, I got a full-time stock job at the general hospital my mom worked at, but quit after the first day. It was a second shift job. I just didn't fit there. The facility is enormous. There's like 16 to 20 some floors, and the stock could be for any floor in any supply closet. I would have lost my mind by Christmas." During that job search from spring 2014 through September 2014 was when I legit started thinking about suicide. The anger and hatred for the world was boiling like crazy. I got around 5 calls for jobs, but I never answered my phone or responded to emails. I didn't want to work anywhere. As the videos for the EGS anthology came out, so did their respective soundtracks, all of which were original tracks Randy composed himself and released on Bandcamp. Soon after the midpoint of 2014 was crossed, another addition to the anthology was made, a video called Extinction, which was an upload in which he graphically murdered the whale plush and toy frog he used to make his videos with up until that point. Near the end, he discovers that they had recorded a video for him in which they apologize for being so obnoxious, at which point he breaks down in regret, only to be interrupted by none other than Ember, as a painfully low-resolution cutout PNG that wasn't even from the original cartoon, but a drawing done by Randy speaks to him and tells him that he did what he had to do and not to feel bad for his actions. While the comedic tone is retained in certain moments of the video, the more serious parts of it were dramatically outweighing them. Not only did the plot border on nonsensical, but they were rapidly crossing over into Randy's yet unexplained headcanon about Ember and the Ghost Squad. I can only wonder how the people who watched it at the time felt about it. While they probably couldn't deduce from this video that he was as troubled as he was, it was obvious from the increasingly dark themes that these videos were a cry for help. This video also marks the first official appearance of Ember in one of Randy's videos, and this is as red a flag as possible that his mental well-being was in freefall. In his goodbye video, Randy says that Extinction was one of his best performances ever, though he struggles to watch it since it shows a psychotic side of himself that even he is uncomfortable seeing. As he explained in his diary, the job at the hospital during this period was getting too much to handle, so he just quit. Unbeknownst to any of his audience at the time, during the filming of Extinction, he tore a tendon on his pinky finger. However, he couldn't get the surgery done immediately after and had to wait for 3 months before taking a medical leave. But since he quit in September, he got the surgery done in late October, quite literally on the night of Halloween. Coincidentally, he was scared of hospitals because of the hospital scenes in the original Halloween movie. While in recovery from the surgery, he recorded a video talking about what had happened.
Anyways, this is what it looks like. This is my hand
The
right
second
now.
Halloween
This is
movie.
the second phase of recovery. On Halloween through
Halloween 2.
Monday, I had this big bandage on, which was on my social media. I posted a picture of it. I'm just like this in the picture, but this is what it looks like.
He didn't show it yet, but according to his diary, this is when he really hit rock bottom. Fortunately for him, though it wasn't much better, he got his job back at the store, so he started making some money again. Around the same time as the surgery, he started working on the next episode of the anthology, which would be titled Resurrection. The intro was noticeably more distorted than usual, and even has some cheesy, creepypasta edits of blood and other dark, edgy visuals onto the images that are regularly shown during the intro. It's been speculated that Randy suffered from some kind of stunted development, and it's very easy to see why. However serious the issues he was going through were, it's as if he had no idea how to articulate them in a mature way. So he made these videos instead. Mind you, he considered these videos to be deeply disturbing and dark in and of themselves. Now, they're obviously grim given the context that the person who made them went on to commit a heinous crime, but if that weren't the case, they'd just be cringeworthy, and he seems unaware of that to some extent. In between the blood-splattered, poorly photoshopped PNGs and acting out these plots with plushes and toys, the contrast between the adult topics and the extremely infantile execution gives off the feeling that it was made by an edgy preteen, when in actuality, it was done by someone in their early 20s who held a job and attended college. Randy Stair was a DeviantArt cringelord. Resurrection is more of the same as the previous episodes, but this time, the whale and the frog are gone, and there's only Ember as Randy walks around his house and drives. Randy began experimenting with very rudimentary animations that consisted of moving Ember's eyes and eyebrows slightly to alter her expression. A few months later, he released the follow-up to Resurrection called Absolution, which, although it looks slightly cleaner, is about as tone-deaf and janky as the rest of his videos. It's in Absolution that he reveals that he made his version of Ember not through any conventional animation or drawing program like GIMP, but on the emblem editor on Call of Duty Black Ops 2. Likewise, he spends the majority of the video conversing with Ember, and the video concludes with him taking his own life after accepting he was never going to be able to bring the plushies he killed back to life.
Oh, really?
I'll always be here for you, no matter what.
What?
Are you sure?
What?
Everyone goes someday.
Interestingly enough, in the lore of his anthology videos, he kills 3 toys: the whale, the frog, and the Furby, and then he takes himself out, in a very strange foreshadowing of what he eventually did. Afterward in the video, dozens of ghost girls like Ember come into frame, symbolizing Randy joining Ember's ghost squad after completing his rite of entry and initiation. The following episode breaks the pattern of strictly short film type episodes, as it mostly consists of an animated music video Randy did for a band called Send Requests, which oddly uses the 2013 PewDiePie font for its logo. The story goes that Randy and his brother had recorded a performance and some music videos for the band, and since he liked one of their songs, he decided to use it to make a demonstration of his newly acquired animation skills. The first half of the episode is called Curtain Call, and it's just a bunch of clips from the band's performance interspersed with Randy's animation. The other half is much closer to a conventional anthology entry, though this time around, it's mostly animation as opposed to the live action stuff he'd done up until this point. In the video, called Welcome to the Squad, Randy explains the up until now utterly unexplained cosmetic cosmology of the EGS. Basically, Ember's Ghost Squad is like a ghost girl version of Mount Olympus from Greek mythology, and when you die, if they consider you worthy, there's a chance you might be recruited and become a ghost girl yourself. After Randy gets recruited after the end of Absolution, the Ghost Squad starts trying to recruit the Frog. Weirdly enough, Randy has one of the ghost girls say it takes twice as long to resurrect and recruit gay people, and that's why they won't be bringing back the whale plush. This video took quite a while for production. As Randy put it, he sacrificed the entirety of 2015 to learn how to animate. It's also worth noting that Randy's work for Send Request was done in March of 2015, and in his diary, he details his falling out with them throughout the year. The vocalist met with me twice in October 2015 in a CVS parking lot to have me help him cheat on a college project. He wanted the music video footage to re-edit himself for a grade. I agreed without hesitation since I hadn't seen him since the day we filmed it. We filmed it in late March 2015, almost 7 months prior. Being on the night shift, I had an hour of sleep before we met around 5 p.m. He seemed happy to me. I could be wrong, but it seemed put on. It went by fast, maybe 3 minutes, and he was gone. I mean, I get it. Maybe he was just a little uncomfortable since we've only really talked through text messages. The second time I met him at the CVS was a few days later to retrieve my external hard drive with the footage on it. It was a totally different story. He talked my ear off with send request info, which thrilled me. That's what I wanted. Inside info. Little did he know I had both meetings recorded with my iPhone in my pocket. 100% start to finish. There's even some laughter from it used in the EGS intro right before Stuck in My Own Misery. Now you know one of the many secrets about that piece. As I was saying, the vocalist gave me some details about the band's future, saying they were going back to Ohio in a few weeks to record again. He was very open, which surprised me, even just rambling. But then came the talk that would be the downfall of our relationship, the music video discussion. I thought that I was an automatic lock for the new music video, but I was wrong. Me and my brother had even gotten sharp new lenses, which I told him would make the previous music video look like a joke. He seemed somewhat intrigued and said, "We want this video to be perfect," which, being the perfectionist that I am, led me to think I'm your guy. He hinted that he'd keep me in mind, but I thought for sure I'd be able to help in some form. The entire winter passes, nothing. I text him asking if they're working on anything interesting, says something along the lines of, "Nah man, just hanging around." About a month and a half passed, and the bassist tweeted about checking recording a successful music video off the list. This was when the lies started. In the end, I'm glad they went with the production company because I wouldn't have been able to make it look like that. Anyways, I brushed that disappointment off and just figured doing cartoons over video was the best option. I haven't seen Andrew since that late October day. I began to grow more and more enraged with him, whether it be ignoring my texts or giving short, puny replies to lengthy messages. I got vibes that he didn't give a about the endless hours I spent animating the music video or my animation in general. I mentioned to him possibly spending 8 months on an animated music video. Nothing. 15 months perfecting my animation skill. Nothing. I filmed their first ever music video. 0 credit. He goes on to explain that he went back and forth with the band over online messages, trying to get the instrumental for another song of theirs, and after months of not giving him a clear answer, they eventually said the band had agreed not to give out stems from their tracks. Randy's reaction to this was to unfriend them on every social media and write the vocalist a 3-page letter detailing his feelings and struggles and how Send Request music changed his life. Unprompted. Of course, the vocalist was taken aback and tried to relate to Randy, but to no avail, since Randy's goal wasn't actually to connect with him or establish a relationship. He was just after the instrumental so he could do his EGS video. It's really eerie how Randy's entire relationship with several people was conditional on them indirectly fueling his EGS obsession, almost as if he dehumanized them to a certain extent, relegating their worth to what they could provide him for his autistic animations. It's also interesting because this is one of the few times we see Randy be anything but bleak and aloof regarding the outside world. It's in moments like these that it's visible how truly alien he is to people around him. He thinks that recording everyday conversations without other people's knowledge is a fine thing to do, and secretly using it in one of his videos is a funny secret and not kind of creepy. He also expects a band that's trying to commercialize their music to completely understand him taking 8 months to make a music video for them with the original character he created based on an all but forgotten Danny Phantom villain from well over a decade prior, despite his animation skills being not very good. He described their falling out as his dreams being crushed and that they made a grave mistake in wronging him, while also mentioning that he sent the vocalist yet another page-long message as a response. He couldn't be more out of touch with other human beings if he tried to. He concludes his rants by saying that since he wasn't given the stems for the song he wanted to, he planned to forever ruin it by associating it with the crime he began to plan around that time. He circumvented the band and went to the person responsible for producing the record, and ultimately spent over $200 to get the mastered stems just so that he could use it in his animation. My Mind you, he's working part-time on the night shift at a supermarket at this point, so $200 is a lot of money, yet he gleefully splurges it on something as inconsequential as that. It's likely that after his blowing up of the vocalist DMs, the band decided to look a little further into Randy's online presence, only to discover how unhinged he was based on the videos he'd been uploading on his YouTube channel, and they immediately privated the video Randy had recorded for them that was up on their channel. In 2015, Randy grew increasingly wary of having his online presence scrutinized by his family members or people who knew him in real life, leading him to change his name on everything he had online. However, this wasn't the only reason. In a document from much later, he reveals that during this period something happened, which Randy called Randygate, that signed the death sentence for the Pioneers Productions era. It started with one of his fans, who had written lewd fan fiction about him in late 2014. While Randy tried to act as if he appreciated it, he couldn't hold the act up for very long and eventually blocked him. This fan, whom we'll call Dave, started ranting on Twitter to other Pioneers Productions fans who took his side and attacked Randy online. Even though Randy eventually made peace with them, it further demotivated him to keep making the same kind of content he used to. As he slowly pivoted to EGS material, two new fans did get on board, Sammy and Haley. Being completely unaccustomed to having fans, Randy engaged with them directly, which was a grave mistake since this made them extremely devoted to his online presence, liking and sharing everything he did obsessively. In total, there were around 5 to 8 people in this online bubble of dedicated EGS followers. This began annoying Randy almost immediately, as he was unintentionally getting roped into their lives and exchanging DMs with them. This was set into hyperdrive once one of the fans started frequently threatening to do something drastic on their Twitter account, publicly tagging Randy to get his attention. Being the misanthropic loner he was, with the dark tendencies he was already struggling with, it was excruciatingly difficult for Randy to try and do the reasonable thing, which was talking this person down from what they had in mind to do, or telling the police. A particularly exhausting part of this whole ordeal was that this fan of Randy's would often disappear for days, causing Randy to spend his entire workday refreshing Twitter constantly to see if they'd posted. Eventually, it became too much for him and he blocked her, earning him yet another wave of hate from his remaining followers. As a consequence of him ostracizing himself from the bubble, he stopped doing live streams and further distanced himself from YouTube. But eventually, this bubble of people had a very different perspective as they collectively interpreted Randy's newer, darker videos as veiled threats to their lives. In mid to late 2015, he made a new Twitter account called EGS Andrew, where he frequently posted cryptic updates about the general EGS phenomenon. Around the same time, he made a wiki page for EGS, and in it, we can find some additional headcanon Randy wrote. Founded in the 1980s, EGS is one of the most cherished squads in the afterlife. Short for Ember's Ghost Squad, Ember McLean founded the organization not long after perishing in a house fire. During recruiting, all souls are fair game. Although the squad's traits vary extremely, recruiters generally search for lost cause souls, typically people battling depression or have become outcasts in their daily environment. Lost causes who finally earn their chance to be who they truly are make the EGS one of the strongest squads in the afterlife. There are occasions where recruiters physically reach out to those amongst the living, offering a way out of their torment and misery. In these circumstances, recruiting is cleverly executed as to not make society aware of the spiritual forces overshadowing the earth. There are rare circumstances where the EGS will purposely plan a sudden recruitment for an individual whose traits perfectly fit into their system. The appearance of an EGS recruiter is masked by shadows on the face and skin. Only the eyes and clothing are visible, surrounded by darkness and their own unique hue. There are hundreds of recruiters in the EGS. Only the best of the best are promoted. When recruited by EGS, your features may vary based on your life's interests, mental scars, and emotional traits. Each recruit has the ability to fly, turn intangible, sing decently, travel to Earth, perform basic hypnosis, play the guitar, and travel to other dimensions. By practicing and performing spells, recruits can improve their skills and reach new levels in the squad. The book, So You're No Longer Living, the EGS Guide to the Afterlife, is distributed to new recruits. Randy also wrote lore for each of the EGS recruiters he created, but they're pointlessly long and detailed for no reason. Strangely enough, he specifies that regardless of whether someone was male or female during their life on Earth, upon joining the EGS, they become female souls. And he also makes a point to say that all of the members are at least 7 feet tall, including the frog toy from his videos, which he thoughtfully includes as one of the recruiters. Some of the characters were even 10 feet tall, and it's difficult to understand why this was a focal point for Randy. It's been speculated that he based these characters either on different aspects of himself or on the personalities of the people who were a part of his life, potentially the friends of his who tragically died a few years prior. However, it's very difficult to discern any meaningful information just by looking into Randy's entries on the wiki. He also made several Twitter accounts, one called EGS World as a main hub for all EGS related things, and a few others for each respective member of the squad. What's even more disturbing is that Randy actively managed and posted from all of these accounts, making them interact with one another as if they were real people. While While he was initially pleased about leaving his job at the hospital and going back to working at the supermarket, and even happier that he got to work the night shift, his glee was rapidly deteriorating as the job wore him down. At first, it was alright, but it quickly became overwhelming with stress from management. The job isn't hard, it just drags. Non-order nights feel like an eternity. I've long exhausted my music library. The best part is there's no one to bother you. I've even had shifts where it was just me and the floor guy who leaves at 3 a.m. and me all night. It's peaceful, but man do I get bored. You level the store and fill holes or do back stock on non-order nights. It gets old fast. 2016 begins with the last entry to the anthology series, Abyss. The video is just a monologue by Randy, in which he does a little bit of an impression of Heath Ledger's Joker while trying to sound as menacing as possible, while the camera either zooms on his face or pans around his room, showing his My Little Pony memorabilia, the innumerable images of Ember he has plastered on the walls, along with posters from the movie Frozen and the Angry Video Game Nerd, the poster for which was actually signed by the nerd himself.
People see us as mentally ill. Introverts, weirdos, screwballs, creeps, psychopaths. I see us as standout gifted souls.
Your skill has increased.
Again, it would be cringy if it wasn't a real sign of his psychological decay. As Randy had already explained in his diary, as early as 2014, his rage had been building up, and he was already planning to commit some kind of violent crime. But even he had no idea what it was, or even if he was actually going to do it, or just take himself out and leave it at that. It seems that by the end of 2015, he already had an idea of not just what to do, but when he would do it. One of his cryptic tweets signaled it would happen on May 7th, 2019, with no further clarification. While the first half of the year didn't have any significant updates, according to Randy's goodbye video, it was during this relatively quiet period that he was completely sucked into another obsession, Columbine. According to him, everyone saw the perpetrators of that crime as monsters when he saw them as the true victims, and in his words, grew to love them and see them as an inspiration. He was particularly enamored with one of the criminals' t-shirts, which said natural selection, obviously striking a nerve in Randy, who immediately associated it with his beliefs about tragedies, like them being inevitable and fated to happen. In order to further learn about what had happened, he made an account on a discussion forum dedicated to the shooting, and his profile is still up to this day. While most of his posts aren't noteworthy and just express an interest in learning more about it, a few give a little insight into whatever remained of the person Randy used to be before his obsession with Ember completely seized him. In a post, he expresses disbelief that the parents of the perpetrators didn't pick up on the signs, which can be chalked up to Randy projecting his own situation onto their stories. At this point, he wasn't trying very hard at all to be secretive about what he was up to. For example, he got himself 3 natural selection t-shirts, and still, no one picked up on it, leading him to resent them further. In a much more revealing post, he says the following. The biggest question of all, though, is would any of the Harris family forgive
Your skill
Eric?
has increased.
A big question I've always wondered is, if the shooter's family saw their sons in the afterlife, would they forgive them? However, since he no longer went to school, he began feeling discouraged from doing anything related to education, since his college campus was either too secure or had too few clusters of people for him to effectively target anyone. And ultimately, he began contemplating just taking himself out in his room and being done with it. That is, until he decided to target the supermarket he worked at. After all, he already hated most of the people he worked with. Also inspired by the perpetrators of Columbine, near the end of 2016, Randy decided to start documenting his thoughts in a diary, as well as compiling everything he'd ever made online and his journey to the final acts of his story, something he dubbed the Suit tapes. On November 23rd, he began writing what would ultimately pan out to be his autobiographical manifesto and testament. He opens with the following words. I have no regrets for what I may do or what I have done. I am who I am, and no human can take that away from me. I'm an EGS recruit. You're all worthless humans. One day,
you're
all
a
see
nut,
things my way,
is what
especially
you
when our
are.
ghost squad invades
Nut
your pathetic,
bag.
putrid planet, and you become our slaves for the rest of your lives.
Listen, I have anger like this too, but I don't fucking talk like this, like an angry fucking supervillain. You sound like the Monarch on that Venture Brothers show. And this was something I always was good at, reading the room and not sounding like that. Not sounding like, I'm just as crazy as this guy. I would say in many weird egomaniacal ways. I believe I could run the world. I believe I am the best streamer on the planet, and I'm not. You know, I believe that I'm like the best singer on the planet, and I'm not. I believe that I'm like, you know, one of the most important people on the planet. I'm not. I'm just as crazy as this guy, right? Got all the same self-delusions and stuff. But the difference is I can read the room and I know how I sound when I talk. It's good I got so far. I can't believe how many levels I got in this party. Like 4. I could just go through the 37, but I don't want to do 3 more levels. It's only so much of this I can take, really. 2 ninjas kind of sucked. If there was a bard, I'd be more willing to stay, but this isn't that fun. Not without a bard. This Sam is really good. They've actually, like, played Sam at the end game before. You can tell because they meditate for both weapon skills. No hesitation, no problem, no timing issues. They've been doing it all their life, you can tell.
Stop. I will not change. I will not cower. I will fight for the squad and do what I've set out to do. I am Andrew Blaze. If there ever was a time in which someone could have intervened and stopped Randy from doing what he planned to do, that time was past when he began his diary. He spends a few paragraphs declaring his admiration for Eric Harris and begins to essentially rewrite the story of his life, adapting it to his current self, claiming he's always been this way and hated humanity since the beginning, which is clearly untrue. In an unintentionally pithy segment, immediately after he's done pontificating about how he hates the world, he begins expressing his distaste for his own identity, particularly his name. He explains that he's always wanted to change his name to Andrew since middle school when he learned about Hurricane Andrew, and explains the meanings he ascribed to the name. He believes this is the name he's fated to have as a ghost girl in the afterlife, which is ironic considering the name Andrew comes directly from Greek, and it means man. In another document released a while later, he mentions the incident that prompted him to want to change his name in the first place. One time when my mom sat down and asked me if I was okay due to a post on my Facebook that my aunt saw, it was a post saying something like, "I wish I could be somewhere else besides this world, and to just get away from everything. It'd make me happier." I can't remember fully what I wrote, but that was the gist of it, and it really upset my mom. I never got confronted about anything in terms of depression since then. After that happened, I completely removed anyone who knew me personally off of my social media. They were holding me back. This was also around the time when I changed my name. I wasn't Randy Stair anymore. I was Andrew Blaze. I knew full well that no one would be able to find any social media if I used a different name. And later on, I realized that Andrew Blaze was, in fact, my spiritual...
See, I'm not pro-bullying, but sometimes I feel like I understand why the bullies were who they were. Some kids, they don't need to be beat up. Nobody needs to be beat up. Some kids do need to be ridiculed. They're just a little too dorky for their own good, for the real world to handle. If they take that to the real world, they'll get eaten alive. They should be made fun of in high school, maybe. Not badly, not where it makes them feel terrible, but they should have friends who make fun of them and make it tongue-in-cheek. Like, yo, how dorky are you gonna get? Wow, just erased. Fucking erased. Out goes the bee. One more skill chain before up bail. Okay. I forget this guy. This guy's name is Larynx. Larynx is still in Port Juno, so I have at least another 10 fucking minutes. I am level 28. Okay. That works for me. Resync.
Incoming tell. Incoming tell. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Name. At least I'm 85% certain. Might be Rachel/Rachel something, but Andrew Blaze clicked. Going back to his diary, after declaring his hatred for people who smoke weed, he reveals what he thinks he'll be up to after he becomes part of the EGS. I can't stop envisioning myself in the Ghost Squad, being one of them, being happy. Recruiting humans after returning from the grave, manipulating and seducing humans with my feminine charm, and then brutally attacking them with a huge grin on my face. The power, the revenge, the Ghost Squad. I want it, and soon it will be a reality. While he had seldom broached this topic in other instances, he begins talking about his perspective on religion, saying Christianity is a fairy tale, but that there are gods and goddesses. However, he follows up with a more uncertain outlook, saying that life could be a series of other things, a simulation where only one person actually exists, a punishment, or how he prefers to see it, a mission. In his mind, he was sent from another dimension to Earth to learn some kind of lesson. He repeats the aforementioned May 7th date, but doubts he's even going to be able to resist his urges to do something drastic for that long. While the EGS channel kept him going, it was getting harder for him as he became increasingly aware of the limitations he faced, trying to make animated videos mostly on his own. But he had been able to hire the help of a voice actor or two, who won't be named and had no idea that Randy would do what he did. But as far as the animation itself, he was having a very hard time getting it all done in a timely manner, which is unsurprising considering how depressed he was at this stage. On the same day, he writes about how he began to hate the mere thought of eating, regularly going 20 hours with no food for the past year and a half. But soon after, his complaints about how miserable he was turned into claims that he loved the darkness that tormented him, and he proceeded to write threats to the people who worked with him at the supermarket, even calling them racial epithets despite them being the same race as him. It appears his resentment for them was an extension of his resentment for having to hold down a job to fulfill his parents' expectations of him, which he saw as a hindrance to his animation work on the EGS projects. He only writes again a couple of weeks later, announcing that he would be shooting a handgun the next day. He recorded it though, and the footage has been archived.
Don't be afraid of it.
In the same passage, he says he wanted to go the same way Ember went, in a fire, but only if he's very sure beforehand that he will, indeed, be passing away, hence the need for a gun. He also mentions another character alongside Ember, Mackenzie, one of the other members of the EGS, who became Randy's de facto muse as Ember took on the role of a more distant goddess. He doesn't make another entry for a total of 3 weeks, and though he begins the next one with the typical topics, he eventually starts talking about his parents again. My parents don't seem to have a clue as to what goes on in my head. 90% of the time, time, I'm as pale as a lifeless corpse. In the end, if my mom says, why didn't I see the signs, then she should just stab herself for being so stupid. I mean, honestly, I don't go anywhere unless I have to. I don't speak to anyone unless spoken to. I make 0 friends by choice. I dress from head to foot in black. Even my bra and leggings are black. Find those yet? What about my black panties? I always look like a ghoul sucked the joy and happiness out of my face. Hell, the blind followers on my social media see the dark stuff from my thoughts on the internet anyway, but little do they know, it's actually real. In the next entry, Randy talks about the stems from the official Remember song he got from the woman who sang it, and reveals that he inserted subliminal messages related to EGS throughout the entire track, and revels in the thought of people downloading it and sharing it with no idea that his voice is actually in it. Eventually, he gets more into detail about Mackenzie, essentially establishing her as his afterlife girlfriend, which is a bit odd since he was now in his mid-20s and she was forever 16 years old, as per the EGS lore. He even explicitly says the infamous age is just a number line. Before the year's end, Randy records the first entry to his tapes. In the audio track, titled Trying to Make Sense of It All, he attempts to pinpoint when exactly the chain of events began that ultimately led to the downfall of his sanity over the course of an hour and a half. In it, he complains that he's cursed not to be popular, but is sure that EGS will skyrocket in popularity once he's gone. Around the halfway point, he says he began masturbating every day to the thought of having a woman's body before breaking down in tears, imagining his afterlife ghost girlfriend, Mackenzie, talking to him.
No matter where I go, I'm driving in the car, I'm just around people, or just sitting and thinking, she's right by my side. I know she is. I feel her. I feel her around me all the time. You're telling me it's okay. You know, I'm here. I know you can't give away your life yet. You know, you still got things to do. But I'm here, and I'll wait for you.
In late January 2017, Randy finally managed to find himself an animator willing to work with him, though it's not yet clear what that work was going to be. A day later, he goes back to idealistically fantasizing about his entry, or as he puts it,
I like that party, and it was faster than I normally would have got, but I don't want to sit in here longer than like 2 or 3 hours. I think 4 levels is enough, or you know, or what was that, 31? I think 3 levels. Yeah, 3 levels is enough a day. Keeps the BST problem away, and I can sub now on BST without feeling like I'm inferior or gimp. And it was a good session, got a lot done. This is the way up, isn't it? Please tell me this is the way up. No, it's a dead end. Maybe I should just take the death and accept it. I can't remember. It's like I think I went around the wrong way, but that's alright. That's alright. I thought I got an instant warp. I really thought that I fucking did. I will just take the death, I guess. It's faster than doing all this. And I don't know. I mean, I will D-level, which I don't want, so never mind. Or probably won't D-level, but yeah, I don't know. Definitely gonna try and live, I guess. It's fine. I don't know what's faster. I will just take the death. It's fine. I didn't realize, but I can't. I totally spaced my instant warp. I need to buy a warp cudgel, but they're expensive. I wish I had some way out of this, but I don't think I do. I don't remember, and I don't want to know, and I don't want to do all this running. I resent the running now. I think it's like totally something I don't want in my life anymore. All this running, you know? Fucking annoying. Yeah, give me some katana skill up, yeah. And I'll fucking tank you. At 37, I can stop. I should get Usasemi Ni, but I don't have it. I hope it's cheap for some reason. I wonder if I can kill this thing.
Return to the EGS. Words cannot describe how happy I'll be not to have to eat, breathe, blink, or poop ever again.
Okay, so I am totally separated right now, but at least I'm.
Your skill has increased.
This was so dumb. Why did you fill a Mac again with icicle? It's so dumb. Get in the miasmos, and then get your ass to Amar. I've been in that party for so long. I wasn't even really focused on any of the other games. That wasn't really my intention. I just wanted to be kind of a. I mean, tanking always does kind of take time. But,
your skill has increased.
Shit. I totally forgot that there was something aggro to me, and that sucks. I don't know. Where the fuck am I now? Did you save a checkpoint or something? No. Well, wait. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Okay, well, apparently...
Your skill has
I have
increased.
to go over there or something? I don't know. Yeah, I guess I do. I have to go over there, do I? Okay, well, but, like, how do I get over there? Like, glide? Oh, yeah, okay.
Your skill has increased.
What? Oh, man, just chill. You're good, you're good. Alright, so, yeah, and also on top of it, we'll give you a waypoint.
Your skill has increased.
Yep, and we'll get you on your way now.
I virtually eat nothing nowadays. I'm 132 pounds of skin and bone. My arms are literally as thin as the EGS drawings. I want to chop my penis off so bad. They're so disgusting. Why do guys like drawing those putrid things so much? I can't wait to have my penis and butthole taken.
Your skill has increased.
I don't need his inner voice. I don't think we need to read this or hear this.
And have my bite skin.
It's obvious. It's obvious that he's crazy. I don't want to hear any more stupid crazy shit from him.
To be depicted in a cartoon.
Your skill
he
has
actually
increased.
thinks the afterlife.
The rantings of a madman can be infecting to the mind. It can take you to places you don't want to go. It's best to ignore it. Oh my god, are you like looking at me? You scared the shit out of me the way you looked at me. I really want to shoot him in the face with the big damage, but I don't know. Who else here? There was a lot here. Am I dead? Yeah, I'm dead. Go. I didn't die, or I didn't de-level, which was good. Yeah. And I'm 34. I can just bank that until I'm like, you know, fucking 70 or whatever, and then I can come back for one more ninja party to get to 37 when I'm a lot more of the mind to do it. But this was like the most Final Fantasy I really wanted to do today. I was going to get on and grind my feral a little while, and I am going to switch it up slightly here. 11's turning off for the day. I've done a lot of work, and I'm just gonna move on there. Let's go see how WoW plays with 11 down. And yeah, you're autopiloting. Yep. And then over on this, I shouldn't just now be running out of my booster, I think. Yep, just ran out of my booster. Fucking perfect. We're gonna go to the market, and we shall buy a Master at Arms. Well, no, wait. I need to look at my inventory here because I didn't get any Master at Arms, which is kind of annoying. I have these blueprints here, which are kind of odd. It's weird that they're here, but so yeah. So let's go look at my contracts. We have my contract. Oh no, I have no contracts found. Now, how is that right? I thought I issued a 3-month on. Yeah, I thought I issued a 3-month on. Yeah, get contracts. None? Okay, so what happened here? I thought I bought a whole bunch of, I guess I don't know. What happened to, like, I guess, maybe I should look at my transactions. I don't know. I feel like I should have a lot of money coming back. I think I put up, like, oh no, maybe I only put up for, like, enough for 4, I guess. Was it only 400 mil or something like that? Maybe it was only like 400 mil, and I think I gave some to her. Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, well, and anyway, we have income coming in, so maybe I'll turn on some EVE audio for a bit. Let's see how the WoW's playing, because with the other game open, WoW may not play well, which is annoying. Yeah, WoW may not play well with Horizon Forbidden West, which is okay, I suppose. It's not really my favorite thing. I might just turn the settings on WoW way the fuck down, then. That's okay. I don't really care about the WoW settings. 'Cause, yeah, I think it's like, it's up way too high right now, because it wouldn't be so laggy. Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, we have Miasma is empty now, and we have this nice compressed icicle. We're going to sell it for a lot. 88 mil sold. Take my money. And then I suppose there's really no reason, but I mean, I guess I can wait. I'll wait for the other all to get here, I suppose. But I need to dose the Master at Arms, and that was most of the money to buy the Master at Arms. So we go Master at Arms. There we go. Buy this. There dokie. Here we go. Consume. And I am dosed, and I've spent my money on drugs. You know, mission successful.
Autopilot jumping.
What was that sound? Oh yeah, I'm in by the Druid Trainer. Okay, yeah. Did I spend all my points? Yes, I did, but...
Warping to Stargate.
Increases your intellect. That seems weird, but yeah, at least you can, like, shift more, I guess, yeah. So, oof, yeah, you can see this is not performing well with Horizon Open. So we'll turn down now. You're at 10, and I'll drop you to 1. Apply. Yeah, and yeah, you should have bought your frames back. I don't know why you're not. Yeah, and I just want you to reload again. You should not be that bad. But I guess, I don't know, some clients deal with it better than others. Like Eve does it fine, but some clients just do not work well in the background, and I think WoW is one of them. Or maybe they do with each other. They probably work well with each other. Yeah, so load this.
Stargate.
Let's see if I can get a better frame rate out of you, but I fucking doubt it. Oh god, what's happening? Oh yeah, oh god. $126 was not bad. Oh god, get out of it, get out of it. What? Fucking so annoying. Go, go. Oh god. Pop him. Oh. Ah! Ah! Ah!
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Dick. Oh god, move. Heal. Oh. I think WoW will not play well with this game. I think I better just bow out. That's alright. Come back to it later.
Release the EGS, our cartoons, and he will also become one. He continues to claim he hopes his death inspires some kind of worldwide EGS cult that will take many souls. But, as he often does, right after he concludes that idea, he starts reiterating his rants about how he finds it hard to believe his mom hasn't noticed the signs he'd been deliberately putting up with his strange behavior. Reading this diary makes it increasingly clear how much Randy yearned for attention from his parents, and how his identity was affected by it. It's like he couldn't actually believe that they just didn't notice. If the aforementioned age thing wasn't creepy enough, the next entry is as follows. Whenever I'm out and about, I focus all of my attention on girls. I analyze their appearance, their traits, how they tick and think. Gee, they'd make a nice addition to the squad. I would kill to be able to lure girls away and brainwash them into caring about nothing but EGS. Words cannot describe my love for girls. Girls are my life. Guys, on the other hand, are absolutely
disgusting. Girls are not your life.
On Earth, you're either born as a male or a female. There's no in-between. Yes, you are born with a sexual preference, but you're still a male or a female. You can't be neutral. My soul is female, and my mortal body is male, which is what I had to be sent here as in order to realize how wrong it was. Over the course of the next few pages of his diary, we can glean that the animator and voice actress he's hired are working on a project that follows a previous one of Randy's. In the first volume of the EGS tapes, which was released in December 2016, there are 2 tracks called Conspiring a Massacre, and the project Randy had them on would be, well, the massacre itself. A few more pages after, Randy declares his hatred for the elderly and claims that the conventional path of life, getting with a girl, buying a house, and working a job you like, doesn't apply to him because his dream girl is Mackenzie and she is a ghost. Come February and Randy's writings get a tad sparse, with him saying that he will definitely not be able to wait until 2019 to do something about his situation. Meanwhile, it seems 3 people were frequently posting about Randy on Twitter after he included something in his videos that referenced them in a threatening way. However, it's very difficult to figure out what exactly happened since we only really have Randy's writings here to go off of, and they're not exactly cohesive. Either way, these people on Twitter can be said to be the first and only people to put 2 and 2 together and realize Randy was actively fantasizing about doing something violent in real life. A few days later, Randy wrote about potentially suffering from body dysmorphic disorder and OCD
Oh, come
as he
on.
compulsively took selfies and adjusted his hair, claiming that he never felt satisfied with how he looked. Around this time, his depression was stronger than ever due to the animator he hired having to quit due to the theme of the video Randy was pitching him. He mourns potentially never finishing that last EGS project and complains that he gets little to no engagement on his social media accounts, being upset that his tweets never even get to 10
down? I thought you were
likes.
down.
He specifies that it's just
Heal.
beyond his understanding how EGS, which he considers worthy of being a global hit phenomenon, isn't more popular than YouTube channels like Markiplier, PewDiePie, and Jacksepticeye, saying what they do isn't a real job. It seems criticizing the quality of what those guys do for a living made Randy become a little self-conscious because he follows that up by defensively explaining himself for the poor quality of the animations uploaded to his channel, concluding his rants with, "I feel like I get little to no respect for how much work goes into just one video. I'd watch it if the animation wasn't shitty. Do you wipe your ass with diamonds? Do butlers serve you dinner? Jump off a 2,000-foot cliff, and when you hit the earth, tell me how you would have lived if gravity was better." I'm all for free speech, but when it's a comment like that, you shouldn't even be allowed in front of a TV. At the beginning of March, Randy makes another entry declaring his deep-seated desire to reproduce Columbine, but with a twist. His intention is to victimize thousands, not just the average 3 to 12 that an incident like that manages to get. However, he fears that due to his bad luck, he'll get tackled by someone and won't be able to do any damage until the police arrive. Acknowledging that his chances of success in a crowded place are slim to none, he goes back to contemplating the supermarket he worked at as a target, and begins to specify which of the employees he intended to prioritize during his rampage. To further enhance the degree of cowardice, he decides he would strike during a break, when there'd be no chance an armed customer could do anything to stop him, and while the other employees would be too distracted by something else to even consider that Randy was up to no good. He expresses that the 2 worst things that could happen are if he either survives or gets overpowered by a customer, and even mentions being sickened by the thought of the headlines about the incident if his plan somehow failed. It's very clear that despite his delusions and depression being the driving forces behind everything here, a lot of it is also Randy craving attention and being so desperate to control how he's seen, even post-mortem. In a passage he wrote soon after, he said, "I've always desired to be famous, to make a name for myself and inspire others. Sometimes you gotta do evil deeds to be famous. It's fate, nothing more, nothing less. Granted, shooting 2 or 3 co-workers in a store and taking your own life isn't national newsworthy, but it gets your name out there." While meandering about how his plans for EGS were too grandiose given the very limited time he planned to be alive and working on it for, he begins once again fantasizing about how people will react to his final actions. "I hate the thought of aging. I'd rather die young and be forever young. I wonder if fangirls will obsess over me. That'd be great. If you're ever struggling to find yourself and can't see your future, then go for it. Who's going to stop you from completing your destiny? Maybe some of you will end up in the EGS with me. I'll welcome you with open, girly arms." He immediately pivots to another hateful tirade against the band for not giving him the stems from their
feel
song,
bad
before
for
he reveals
BTS.
that due to
It's
his
probably
demotivated
endless,
state and his fear of potentially
constant
fumbling
harassment. Like BTS, you know, they've got a nice life and they're probably making good money and stuff, but it's hard work. It's hard fucking work. You're there every day, all day long. Can't chill, can't relax, constant harassment from people and fans and all this stuff. And then the girls, the endless girls screaming and tracking everything that you do and everywhere you go. And like that stuff, yeah, it's fun and it's good, but it's, I don't know.
To Stargate. Warp drive detecting.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, we're okay, but we're okay. Where does that go? Come on now. Oh god. You're scaring me. You're scaring me. You and your auto lock thing. Oh god, I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay, that's what that is. Okay, well, but you'll fall if you go that way. Yeah, so just go around over here. Oh man, look how high up we are. Damn. Yeah, this took me a while to get up here. It actually kind of did. coming down from the mountain. I have seen the Almighty. I will go again someday. But for now, I'm coming down from the mountain. I have seen the lofty glory, and I'll go again someday. But for now, I'm coming down. I have heard the new statistics and the stomping on the ground. Climbing slowly up the rock side, one thing slowly comes apparent. No matter how far we climb, we can always turn around. Yeah, that's a small supply cache thing right there, but where is it is the problem. Where is that? Is it deeper? Or was it up? Oh god, was it up? I don't know. I think I'm supposed to care about this loot, but honestly, no. I don't know if I care about this loot. That kind of sucked, yeah. Anyways, so now I go for a glide, I guess, but I got the main thing that was here. There's another rappel down point, but I don't think I'm going down. Am I? No, I'm not going down, I don't think. Wait. They want me to go see this person, which I'm not facing right now. I'm facing away from it right now. So where I'm supposed to go is like way over there, so... Yeah, wasn't there like a thing? Oh, no, I guess... Yeah, I guess... It's over here? Yeah, it is over here. Yeah, okay. I love this game. I'm glad I bought it. Yeah. So this guy that I'm supposed to see, what's this now? Oh, oh wait, no, where I'm going is over there, is it? Oh yeah, it is over there. Okay. Whoa, that is not what I wanted. I wanted to... Oh! Yeah, that'll do. Sometimes that works. Yeah, where is this thing? It's like, oh wait, no, it's like way over there, isn't it? Yeah, that guy. There he is.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate.
Yes, but what do you want me to do? Oh, she took all of them. She gave me 570 metal shards, 1 green shines, or 4 green sign or 1 green sign silver, and 1 bronze ingot. Okay. Okay, good. And now I need to go save. I got this whole portion of this thing done. That's good. Let's go save. Yes, Barren Lights. Yes, fast travel. Okay.
He's considering not targeting anyone anymore and just joining the squad by himself when September rolled around. He cites his drive to return to his pre-birth state of ghost girlhood as the primary reason for what he intends to do. When envisioning those who will mourn his passing, he says the following: "People will see it as a tragedy, but it'll set me free. Be happy for people who do what I'll do. They're free from this putrid world. Life isn't meant for everyone. Accept it. We're all born different. You're free to do whatever you want with your life. You're in control. If they want you on medication for depression or suicidal thoughts, don't let a drug tell you how you should feel. You're not you if you rely on drugs." This is also ironic since when he committed this crime, Randy self-medicated, but we'll get to that later.
No, there is some medication out there that will help you with these crazy thoughts that you've got. I'm not sure it'll, like, fix it, but it might help you maybe not act out so much and stuff. I don't have a lot of faith in psychiatric medicine. But I think it has a way of leveling you out, and you maybe don't have such panic attacks or get so wound up, maybe. I think if you're actually on the drugs, I think you'd see. It'll level you out, yeah. They're not good, and I don't like them, but they will help you with stuff like this. These weird obsessive thoughts, they'll help you with it a little bit.
Autopilot jumping.
Okay, so you took all my other lenses, yeah. And so now I go save, yeah, which is east, yep. What time is it now? It is 1 a.m.
Warping to Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Warp drive active.
For the very first time in over 100 pages at this point, Randy contemplates going after his own family. First, he riles himself up, saying it's unfathomable they still haven't noticed how troubled their son is. Then, he says he's been debating doing something to his own family before doing what he plans to do, but displays an unusual amount of hesitance at the idea. Whereas he said he's wanted to do a plethora of things to an innumerable amount of people, his family, despite how much he despises his parents, are the first time he shows a sign of fear of the potential consequences, saying, "I've been debating for the longest time whether or not to take someone in the house before taking myself out. Here's the biggest reason why I keep holding off on that thought. If there are prices in the afterlife to pay for killing X amount of people, that is punishable by X amount of years. Imagine if one person costs you 100 years of torture or isolation. Yes, I am 100% positive the EGS exists, but there's no telling what could happen in general terms of killing people. I've waited 24.5 years to join the Ghost Squad. I can't pile on anymore. I don't know, there might not be any prices to pay for all I know, but better safe than sorry." It's as if his family-related issues are the only thing that supersedes his general anger and lack of empathy for other people. However, he cuts this topic short as his nihilistic thoughts flare up again, and he begins talking about how everything is meaningless, so much so that he's even willing to forego his concerns with becoming infamous before he crosses over to the dark side. He even questions his own designs for the EGS content, since, in his set of personal beliefs, whatever he's depicting through the EGS videos, he'll be able to experience firsthand if he just joins the squad already. Just a few paragraphs later, however, the EGS psychosis comes back stronger than ever, as Randy writes about how the squad will descend upon Earth and either enslave or take everybody out before the beginning of the 23rd century. And human beings stand no chance because ghost girls are immune to atomic bombs. He immediately bookends this series of statements by claiming he's not insane, which I suppose means he was still self-aware to some degree about how outlandish his writings were. But I guess being self-aware was of little avail when it came to making him actually realize he was out of touch with reality, since he goes right back to EGS talk about how he came from another dimension, and how Froggy, yes, the toy from his videos, is now a real member of EGS, meaning it wasn't just a sketch for him, it was a documentary. Despite his obsession with Ember not losing an iota of momentum, it was starting to become insufficient as a reason for him to stick around. Animation required more effort from him than he was comfortable putting in, and no other animator wanted any part of EGS, even if they were offered decent payment, all of which made Randy